Chapter 86. Although Sinsing, who was at the rear of the phalanx, could not understand the situation in detail, it was an indisputable fact that the troops were retreating. Screams could be heard continuously. Looking to both sides, there were even soldiers in the distance who had begun to flee. Sinsing was anxious and angry. At this moment, he had no time to think about why such a terrible situation had occurred. The most important thing now was to stop the decline, or else the right wing would be defeated, which would lead to the defeat of the entire Lucania alliance army. Although Akaparu was related by marriage, Sinsing did not think that the overbearing great leader of the Gramentum would easily forgive Picassus for what he had done. Now that Picassus's soldiers were engaged in battle, he could no longer command them. The only ones he could command were the Brudi soldiers who had yet to engage in battle. Quick, call the people from Vigo City at the back to help. Tell their leader that if this battle fails, the Lucarians will not forgive Vigo City. Sinsing hurriedly shouted to the guards around him. Great leader, the Lucanians have gone too far. It was Sinsing who thought that he could easily defeat the Greeks and did not let us intervene. Now he's saying that it's our fault if we fail, the young Saru said angrily. Sidorum looked at the battle not far away and did not respond. These Greeks are really powerful. They are obviously outnumbered, but they are actually about to defeat the Lucarians. Saru looked ahead and said with excitement and hesitation, Great leader, the Lucanians are about to lose. Why don't we stop fighting and leave? Maybe we can take the opportunity to leave their alliance. At this moment, Sidorum spoke. Even if the Lucanians are defeated, how many of them can die? Do the Greeks dare to enter the mountains? Saru, as long as the Lucanian strength is still there, the mountains in the west will still be theirs, unless we follow the example of our people in Cosenza and move south and are forced to fight with Clotho for land. Sidorum sighed. Order the soldiers to close the formation and press forward from the right. 2,000 Brudi wore leather armor and held wooden shields and spears, but they formed a phalanx that was even tighter than the Lucanians. When the right end of Picassus's formation was about to collapse, they stuck to its rear. Instead, they were pushed forward by Brudi. In order to survive, most of the Lucanian warriors had to turn around and fight. After all, the Lucanian formation was solid. It was panic that caused them to flee, and it was not the mercenaries that broke through their formation. Once the reinforcements arrived, they gradually stabilized their position. The emotions of the defeated soldiers gradually calmed down, and the organization of the formation began to recover. The casualties of the Lucanians were still increasing, but the mercenaries were gradually retreating. The pushing force produced by the super-thick formation of the Lucanians and the Brudi was obviously not something the thin formation of the mercenaries could compare to. Once the gap between the two armies became narrow, superb combat skills would not be of much use. Fortunately, the experienced mercenaries took the initiative to slowly retreat to relieve the pressure exerted by the opponent, thus maintaining the tenacity of the front line. Unlike other generals, Devers did not participate in the battle personally. Once the battle started, he would completely let the situation develop. He rode his horse and closely observed the progress of the battle from left to right, then from right to left, and then from right to left. He would give orders to the messengers at any time. Previously, when the right end of the Lucanian formation was about to collapse, he was excited, who knew that the situation would be reversed, and one could imagine the disappointment in his heart. However, he did not urge the soldiers to attack again, because he knew that other than the arrival of the enemy's reinforcements, it was also related to the soldiers' physical strength. Such a fierce attack could not last for too long. As long as they were human, there was a limit to their physical strength, not to mention they were heavy infantry. Even at the critical moment, Devers even ordered the light shield soldiers to join the attack on the right end of the enemy's formation. Unfortunately, if the 2,000 mercenaries and 200 cavalrymen were under his command, the soldiers would now be chasing after the routed army. He could only blame himself for being too confident. He did not pester the tourists and insisted on asking for more troops. Just as the thought of regret appeared in his mind, Devers extinguished it. Any unexpected situation could happen in a war, and it was impossible for the commander to foresee everything. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to maintain a calm mind and try not to let excessive emotions affect his judgment. The formation of the mercenaries was originally an arc with an upturned tail, but now it was gradually flattened. As the phalanx moved back step by step, Devers realized that the soldiers had to contend with the enemy's powerful pushing force while preventing the thin formation from being broken. They also had to kill as many enemies as possible during the battle. The consumption of physical strength and energy was considerable, and it was already very good that they could maintain this state. Unless there was a major accident, the left wing of the tourist coalition army would not improve. As for the middle, the Assists' return was not optimistic, even worse than the left wing. The only advantage was on the right wing, but it was not much. This was the judgment of the Assists who rode forward to scout, based on the fact that Tarentum's formation had only advanced a little. After understanding that the overall situation of the battlefield was unfavorable, Devers got rid of the remaining hope in their hearts and had to consider the issue of the retreat of the troops if they lost the battle. On the land of 10 miles around the Zabari plain, nearly 30,000 soldiers were engaged in a battle of life and death here. Dust flew everywhere, the sounds of killing shook the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. After more than an hour of fierce battle, the Greek army gradually began to feel exhausted. The Lacanian tribal coalition army outnumbered the Turis by 6,500 people. According to the observations of the Taurus and Devers' scouts, they originally estimated that there were about 13,000 Lacanians. In fact, the cunning Akapuru had hidden some of his troops in the mountains behind the camp, and the 2,000 from Vigo City only joined at the last moment, thus causing an error in the Greek army's judgment. On the other hand, Felix's impression of the Lacanians was still that of a few years ago. He did not participate in the battle last year. In fact, in recent years, the Lacanians had developed rapidly, especially the Germentum, which had begun to break away from the tribal alliance and develop into a kingdom. In the recent 2 years of tribal annexation wars, the warriors of the Germentum had become braver and more tenacious under the frequent baptism of blood. In the old ideas of the tourist generals, as long as they fought head-on, the loosely organized Lacanians would definitely be crushed by the power of the Greek heavy infantry. But reality proved that their ideas were laughable, especially in the middle of the Greek army. The mercenaries at the front, the tourists in the middle, and the freedmen at the back, the three forces could not effectively combine into one. Under the fierce attack of the Germentum warriors, the Greek army in the middle began to retreat. As the battle continued, the soldiers who were born with different backgrounds began to have different ideas. The mercenaries were fighting for money, and in a situation where there was no hope of victory, of course, they would first think of saving their own lives. The tourists were indeed fighting with all their might, but half of them were middle-aged men, and their physical strength was already at its limit. They were still holding on because the tourists was their homeland, and they could not let the barbarians trample on it. The freedmen, on the other hand, were originally fighting with an attitude of trying their luck. If they won, they would obtain citizenship, and if they lost, they would flee from tourists to find a new life in another city. As the Greek army retreated faster and faster, the gap between them and the left and right flanks widened. When the Germentum warriors rushed into the gap on both sides and attacked the Greek army from the side, the entire formation in the middle collapsed and the soldiers fled in all directions. The Devers, who had been watching the situation closely, sighed. They suppressed their extreme disappointment and decisively ordered a retreat. The retreat signal designed by the Devers was more special, and it was very different from the general Greek army. It started with a long note, followed by the melody of the charge horn. The bugler blew it 3 times, and most of the Lacanian soldiers thought that the mercenaries were going to charge again. While they were still in a daze, the mercenaries pulled away a little, and the light shield-bearers at the back threw their javelins again. This was really a bold move. Without strict training, it was easy to accidentally hurt your own comrades. While the Lucarians were busy defending themselves, the mercenaries quickly completed a series of retreating movements, such as turning around, running, and so on. Chapter 87. The Tarantum reinforcements on the right flank were forced to retreat as well. Fortunately, they had 200 cavalrymen on standby. The Lucaria warriors didn't dare to chase after them, afraid that they would be too spread out and let the Lucaria cavalry take advantage of them. Thus, the Tarantum reinforcements' retreat was relatively smooth. Only the center of the Lucaria army was in a state of disunity. "General Felix, we've lost! We've lost! What should we do? What should we do?" Cunigurata, the usually witty and eloquent general in the city hall, was panicking at this moment. "What else can we do?" Felix laughed bitterly and said regretfully, "It's my fault that I didn't stick to my opinion. It's my fault that I underestimated the enemy. It's my fault that I didn't listen to the advice of others. It's my fault that Turris lost today." He looked at the fleeing soldiers running past him, and his expression became firm. "Hurry back to Turris and get the citizens to prepare for defense. I'll buy time for Turris to repent to Apollo." As he spoke, he picked up his spear with his withered arm and pushed the fleeing soldiers aside to face the incoming enemy. The guards, slaves, and tribesmen he brought with him shouted, "For Turris!" Hundreds of them surrounded the old general and charged forward. Wherever it passed, some of the citizens of Tali were influenced. They stopped fleeing and joined in the fray. Cunigurata hesitated for a moment before turning his horse around and retreating. As he ran, he comforted himself. Felix was right. If they all died here, who would protect Turris? When they faced the enemy, Felix's army had reached 800 men. The old general, who was over 60 years old, shouted, "Apollo!" The first to charge into the enemy's formation was followed by a counterattack. The soldiers were not afraid of death and fought bravely. To the surprise of the Gramentum warriors, their formation was almost broken. The Gramentum warriors had no choice but to gather their soldiers and surround the small group of brave and tenacious Tali soldiers. The most tragic scene of the battle had finally come to an end. The 800 Tali, led by Felix, had all died in battle. Not a single one of them had escaped. Cunigurata wanted to rush back to Tali as soon as possible. On the way to escape on horseback, he was almost knocked down by the defeated soldiers several times. He was worried about the safety of the city and a little regretful. He should not have joined the battle in order to gain prestige. The city of Turris was only 5 or 6 miles away from the battlefield. Everyone was paying attention to this battle that concerned the fate of the city. Every family was either at home or in the square, praying for the soldiers. When the scouts ran back to the city, they shouted in panic, "We lost! We lost!" At that time, the news quickly spread throughout the city, like a thunderclap, making the people feel that the sky was about to fall. The timid people fainted immediately. The suspicious people thought that the scout was spreading rumors and wanted to drag him down from his horse and beat him up. The pessimistic people declared that Tali was going to perish and asked everyone to quickly flee the city. The scoundrels, in their despair, took the opportunity to stir up trouble and fish in troubled waters, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to gain some benefits. The whole city, especially the square, was filled with cries, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The 2 most important leaders of the 9 generals were on the battlefield. Fortunately, the generals had learned from last year's defeat. At this critical moment, the generals, led by Neoness, stood up. They first sent out patrols to maintain order in the city, then called on the people in the square to take up arms and defend their homes. They led their people and slaves up the city wall. At this moment, a few nobles, led by Cunigurata, rushed over the drawbridge and entered the city. The people who heard the news immediately surrounded them, asking for news of their families. Cunigurata, who knew the urgency of the situation, acted as if he did not hear them. He shouted anxiously, "The Lucarians are coming! Close the gate! Close the gate! Don't let them in. Otherwise, tourists will be finished. Neoness frowned and said, "If we close the gate, the soldiers won't be able to enter the city. Let them go around the city wall and jump into the Kredai River. We will pick them up with boats. The Lucarians can't swim." Kunigarada had already thought of a plan on the way. At the moment of crisis, the appearance of Kunigarada and his suggestion immediately gave the people a backbone. Everyone discussed and felt that it was feasible, so they pulled up the drawbridge, closed the city gate, and began to shout at the defeated soldiers running to the bottom of the city. "Jump into the river! We have a boat to pick you up! Jump into the river!" The Devers sent assists back to the camp first to report the situation, while they quickly led their troops back to the camp. Leds, who was beside them, held up the flag to guide the troops. Picosis's warriors had been attacked by the light shield bearers earlier, so they had pulled some distance away from the mercenaries. On the other hand, Gramentum's desperate counterattack had slowed down the mercenaries' pursuit, so the mercenaries' retreat could be said to be smooth without much risk. However, along the way, there were constantly fleeing soldiers who rushed into their ranks, and the mercenaries knocked them down with their shields without hesitation. But the divers' mercenaries retreated in an organized manner. Their orderly formation naturally attracted the panicked soldiers. Even if the mercenaries treated them violently, they would just let them beat and scold them. Like tame dogs, they obediently followed behind the mercenaries. When the troops passed by the city of Turin, the Devers team was a little bloated, but they didn't care. Looking at the countless fleeing soldiers gathering at the foot of Turin in the distance, and then back to observe the movements of the pursuing troops, he took the flag, handed it to assists, and said to Leds, "Go to the foot of Turin and tell the soldiers that the Lucarians will be here soon. Our camp is very strong, so let them hide in our camp first." Leds accepted the order and left. "All troops to the right!" The Devers shouted, and the red flag fluttered in the wind, guiding the troops not to enter the camp through the west gate, but to the south gate. The warriors of Picosis, led by Ninath, chased after the mercenaries. Ever since he became a warrior, he had participated in dozens of battles, big and small, but he had never been so vexed, and he even almost lost his life. These Greeks wanted to slip away after slaughtering his people, and this made him even more furious. Therefore, he only had eyes for the mercenaries. Catch them! Kill them! Even though the fleeing soldiers at the foot of Turin were closer to him, he didn't care. As a result, Picosis' team collided with the Gramentum's warriors who were pursuing the fleeing Turin soldiers. When the two armies finally separated, the Devers had already entered the camp. The Turin generals, led by Kunigarada, had little experience on the battlefield. The only experienced person had died in battle, so they thought too simply of the problem. Indeed, the shouts from the top of the city made some of the fleeing soldiers leave the city gate and jump into the Kredai River, but there were still some who were unwilling to leave. After all, the city gate was right in front of them, and they were too exhausted to take the long way around to jump into the cold Kredai River. They begged and cursed at the foot of the city, and during this delay, the Gramentum's warriors arrived. After a chase and a massacre, the fleeing soldiers had no choice but to jump into the river. However, in their panic and haste, they did not even have time to take off their armor. Many of them sank directly into the river and drowned alive. The people on the city gate watched their loved ones being killed and drowned alive, and all of them burst into tears. Some women even jumped off the city wall, and their bodies were smashed to pieces to accompany their husbands to hell. The ferocious appearance of the Lucanian soldiers and this bloody and tragic scene became a nightmare that the Turin could never get rid of. The Devers heaved a sigh of relief that the Lucanians did not chase them in time. He did not enter the west gate directly, but went around the south gate instead, because he was worried that the soldiers would be too slow when they entered the camp. His worry did not come to nothing. In fact, it was worse than he had imagined. The panicked fleeing soldiers disrupted the order of the troops entering the camp. Chapter 88. At this moment, the Lucaria people had already appeared in the Devers' line of sight. Act according to the defense deployment we trained previously. The Devers immediately gave the order to the captains of the various companies. The captains began to methodically direct their subordinates to their designated positions. First Heavy Infantry Company, follow me to the wooden wall on the east side of the North Gate. Brothers of the 2nd Heavy Infantry Company, follow me to the wooden wall on the north side of the South Gate. Brothers of the 3rd Heavy Infantry Company, follow me to the field. Damn it, hurry up. Archers of the 1st Light Infantry Company, follow the captains to the various outposts on the south side. Soon, the soldiers were in their positions, leaving only the defeated soldiers, surrounded by the guards. How many people are there? The Devers asked Felicius, who had just gone over to appease him. Quite a lot. Almost 400 people, most of them free people, and most of them are unarmed. Felicius said, Mercies! The Devers shouted. Mercies hurried over. How many javelins do we have left? 526. We had the tourist blacksmiths rush to make them in the past 2 days. All the money we earned from the market was spent on the manufacture of these weapons. Mercies grumbled. The Devers were not in the mood to listen to his nagging. He said to Felicius, Give each of them a javelin, then assign a few people to each team. Let them participate in the defense. Understood. Felicius walked towards the defeated soldiers. Mercies, however, stood there without moving. The Devers understood what he was hesitating about and immediately said, We have to retrieve the javelins when we run out. Furthermore, didn't the Lucaria people send us weapons? These words made Mercy smile. He immediately ordered the slaves to move the weapons to the supply camp. Due to his trust in the Devers, he did not consider the possibility that the mercenaries might not be able to defeat the enemy, and that the camp might be occupied instead. The mercenaries stood behind the wooden wall, not worried at all. They looked at the enemies surging towards the camp calmly, and even had the leisure to educate the new soldiers. Now, do you think it's necessary to build such a complicated camp? Matones asked with a smile. It's absolutely necessary, Septimus said excitedly. Now, I hope that these native barbarians have a good taste of the power of the traps I dug. The mercenaries leaned against the wooden wall, seizing the time to recover their previously exhausted energy. At the same time, they excitedly prepared to watch the show. As for Hilos's 5th Heavy Infantry Company, because they hadn't participated in the battle before, they couldn't wait for the enemy to rush over and fight with them. After Percassus's warriors separated from the Grimentum's troops, they immediately continued their pursuit to the east. Nynath ran at the front. The mercenary camp was already in his sight. He shouted, Charge! Kill them all! The warriors also roared angrily. Their exhaustion seemed to be dispelled by their roars, and they moved forward even faster. Captain, the Lucanians are less than 200 meters away from the camp, the captain of the archers on the watchtower shouted at Alpins. Remind me when they're 100 meters away. Alpins replied. He then turned around and ordered the catapults behind him. Get ready! Because the path behind the wooden wall was too narrow, the catapults could not use their full power, so they could only move to the bottom of the wall. At this moment, they silently took out egg-sized stones from their leather pouches and placed them in the net in the middle of the catapults. 100 meters. The soldiers on the wooden wall had their eyes fixed ahead. When they saw many Lucanians stepping into the area, they could not help but cheer. Nynath did not know what the Greeks in the camp were shouting about. He subconsciously raised the round shield in his hand. During the pursuit, many warriors felt that the round shield was too heavy and affected their speed, so they threw it away. However, he was still holding it. Greeks, I'll make you lose your voice in a moment, he muttered fiercely. He had just taken a step forward when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right foot. It's a trap. He was shocked and instinctively pulled his foot back. However, an even more intense pain came, and he could not speak. He looked down and saw that a large piece of flesh on his right calf had been torn off, and it was bleeding nonstop. Pushing aside the weeds, he saw a sharp, barbed iron spike about 30 centimeters long stabbed into the ground. He tried to pull it out, but he could not pull it out. After digging through the compacted soil, he saw that the lower end of the iron spike was tightly welded to a piece of wood, buried deep in the soil. No wonder it could tear off flesh so forcefully. Vicious Greeks! Ninath cursed. He tore a piece of linen from his body and wrapped it around his injured leg. He propped himself up with a spear, endured the pain, and shouted, "Be careful! There's an iron hook on the ground!" His warning was too late. Many warriors fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The mercenaries on the wooden wall heard the screams of their enemies and cheered loudly. "The meat hook is working!" Another one down. The veterans would proudly tell the new recruits that this was the masterpiece of their leader, Dave's, so that the new recruits would revere the Devers even more. In fact, this was the standard of the Roman camp in his previous life. The Devers learned about this from the Military History Forum. This kind of trap did not seem to be very lethal, but in fact a foot injury was enough to make a warrior lose his combat ability in the era of cold weapons. When the Lucanian warriors saw this, they naturally became more cautious. Stooping down, they searched carefully among the weeds and rocks, advancing cautiously in order to avoid the terrible traps. Unexpectedly, the mercenaries' long-range attacks came. Although the catapults could not see the enemy, with the observation of the archers on the sentry tower and the large number of Picassus warriors, their accuracy was not low. In order to avoid the flying stones, they naturally could not pay attention to the ground under their feet. Thus, the Picassus warriors were either hit by flying stones or stabbed by iron hooks. After advancing a few dozen meters with difficulty, they encountered an even more terrible trap. The mercenaries called it a tombstone. It was a pit about 5 meters deep. There were sharpened wooden stakes buried at the bottom and covered with floating soil. If one accidentally stepped on it, the sharp wooden stakes would be able to pierce through the sole of their foot under the effect of gravity. When the great leader of Picassus, Shinshinagar, arrived, he saw countless warriors lying on the ground, clutching their feet. The mournful cries of disaster lingered in his ears. The other warriors were standing 100 meters away from the enemy camp, their faces filled with fear, not daring to move forward. "What's going on? Why aren't they attacking?" Sinsing asked angrily as he looked at the countless fallen clansmen on the ground. "Father." Ninath used his spear as a crutch and hobbled to his father. He said sorrowfully, "The despicable Greeks set up many traps outside the camp. Many of our warriors are injured, and we can't get close to their camp." "Warriors? How can you call yourselves warriors?" Sinsing's scolding made the people around him lower their heads in shame. Sinsing's heart ached even more when he saw his most valued son covered in wounds and in a sorry state. His usual heroic expression had been replaced by exhaustion and decadence. Sinsing's tone softened. "How are your injuries?" "They're all flesh wounds. I'm fine." Ninath held on and said, "It's just that our clansmen have suffered too many casualties. We can't attack any more." Sinsing nodded slightly. He looked at the mercenary camp not far away and thought of the casualties these mercenaries had caused to his warriors. A wave of hatred surged in his heart. Let the broody people go. After the Hope army retreated, the warriors of Vigo City did not have the impulsive urge of revenge like the people of Picassus, so their pursuit speed was not fast. They arrived at the same time as Sinsing. They naturally saw the miserable state of the Picassus warriors, but they had to lower their heads. As the great leader of Vigo City, Sidorum accepted Sinsing's order. He only made a request, to borrow the round shields of the Picassus warriors. Sinsing agreed. Chapter 89. The enemy's flying stones were all blocked by the round shields and did not cause much damage to them. The warriors were still thankful that they had found the right method. After advancing another 10 meters, they were less than 50 meters away from the camp gate. At that moment, the 4 sentry towers behind the west wooden wall of the mercenaries began to shoot arrows at them. It was not easy to block the arrows coming from different angles, and moving the round shields to block the arrows from the two sides would result in their heads getting hit by flying stones. However, they were all gathered in the middle, and the mercenaries' archers and stone throwers could concentrate their firepower. The arrows and flying stones came from all directions like hailstones, killing dozens of people in an instant. The front line of the Zags was almost empty, and the rest of them were so frightened that they forgot the lesson of Pixius and fled in all directions. As a result, the mercenaries' traps made new contributions, and the Zags suffered hundreds of casualties in a short period of time. No matter how much Sinsing urged them, Sidorum would not attack, no matter what. The mercenaries were overjoyed to see the enemy fleeing in panic. However, they were dissatisfied when the enemy stopped attacking. After all, they mainly relied on the light infantry company and the traps to repel the enemy's attack. They did not even touch a single hair of the enemy, so they began to curse loudly in dissatisfaction. Seeing this situation, the Devers nodded to themselves. The morale of the army could be used. He did not expect the enemy's relentless and aggressive attack to stop so quickly without even breaking through the trench in front of the camp. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. After the previous battle, the Lucanians had used up a lot of their stamina and energy. It was probably under the stimulation of victory and revenge that they continued to maintain a strong desire to attack. In fact, these mountain tribes were not good at attacking cities. After suffering a setback in front of the Devers' mercenaries' strong defense, they naturally calmed down. The Devers analyzed the situation of the battle to gain experience for future defensive battles. At the same time, he sent assists through the tunnel to Dracos' camp to check on the situation. The news was also gratifying. Influenced by the expeditionary soldiers' enthusiasm for building the camp, Dracos, Adrianx, and Sesta led the soldiers to dig a deeper trench outside the camp and strengthen the walls. Although they did not set up complicated traps, which required a certain level of technical ability and experience, it was enough to make the pursuing enemy suffer. After all, the Tarantum reinforcements had retreated into their camp, which helped the defeated mercenaries recover their morale quickly. The warriors of Nudum and Laos attacked for a while. After suffering some casualties, they discovered that the mercenaries' defenses were tight and that they could not break through in one fell swoop. Naturally, they gave up the attack. They were obviously smarter than Picosis, who was bent on revenge. After their safety was ensured, the Devers' attention was no longer on the battlefield that was gradually calming down. He needed to calm down and think, what should the mercenaries do next? With the defeat of the battle, it would be quite difficult for the Licarians to take down the city of Turiae. The Devers had inspected it many times. A 6-meter-wide moat and a 10-meter-high wall were difficult for the Lucanians, who lacked siege equipment and experience. Moreover, they did not have boats and could not travel freely on the Crati River. The Lucanians would not mobilize so many people just to win a battle. Their goal should be to occupy the Zabari Plain, build a camp on this flat and fertile land, graze cattle and sheep and plant wheat. The Turiae had suffered huge losses in the two battles and were obviously unable to fight back against the Lucanians' invasion for the time being. However, they still had the plains on the south bank of the Crati River. They could temporarily endure, accumulate strength, and recruit soldiers to fight back. However, the situation was not good for the Devers mercenaries on the north bank of the Crati River. Not only did the defeat of the battle affect his next plan, but the mercenaries would also become the main target of the Lucanians. At the same time, the Devers did not want to become a pawn of the Turiae, helping them to contain the Lucanians' attack on the north bank. However, he could not accept leading his army away from here, away from Greece. His newly sprouted hope, his dreams, and his ambitions were all here. Divers could not bear to leave without accomplishing anything, so he had to go back to fighting for his survival. What should I do? What should I do? The Lucanian leader, Vespa, who occupied the city of Amyndalara, was also distressed. He did not respond to the Gramentum's order to send troops to participate in the battle. He wanted to wait for the results of the battle before deciding whether to stay or leave. Therefore, when he learned that the Lucanian tribal coalition had more than 15,000 troops and easily defeated the Turii, he panicked and hurriedly summoned a few elders to discuss countermeasures. He also asked the priest to predict the outcome of the battle. The result of the divination was, it was a daunting experience but not a dangerous one. This made Vespa, who had come up with a preliminary plan after a heated discussion, feel a little more at ease. He sent messengers and a small group of warriors to drive a pack loaded with wine and food to the Zabari plain, hoping to get a glimmer of understanding from the Grumentum's leader by rewarding the Lucanian tribal coalition in a friendly way. This would lay some foundation for the subsequent apology. If the messengers found out that the situation was not good, then they could only escape back to the mountains in the night. Sinsing was still unwilling to give up after the defeat. He sent people to the east, south, and north of the mercenary camp to investigate. The results were disheartening. Not only were there traps, trenches, sentry towers, and antlers, but there was also a tunnel connecting the north to the camp next to it, so they could get support at any time. Only then did he give up and withdraw his people, waiting for the arrival of Akapiru. After waiting for a long time, Akapiru finally arrived with his army. After all, 6,000 troops were sent out to chase after the tourists, and it was not easy to gather these warriors who were excited from killing again. The Grumentum warriors killed all the scattered soldiers outside the city of Turis. Some of them even crossed the moat and came to the city of Turis, only to be attacked by the angry tourists on the city wall with arrows, javelins, and stones. Only then did they calm down a little. Seeing this, Akapiru also temporarily gave up on taking down the city of Turis in one fell swoop. He could only regroup his troops and rush to meet with the other troops. But when he saw that most of the Picassus warriors were injured and dispirited, he could not help but be shocked and quickly asked for the reason. Sinsing told him about how his people fought bravely, and how the mercenaries were very despicable and cunning, and so on. At the same time, he angrily accused the Zigs of being passive and not fighting, and even killing the Lucanians during the battle. The great leader of Zig City, Sidorum, did not expect Sinsing to complain first. He immediately became anxious and shouted that he was wronged. He also angrily defended himself. Great leader Akapu, you have to know that it's not that I don't want to fight with all my strength, but it's that great leader Sinsing is too confident. He thinks that the bravery of the Picassus warriors alone is enough to defeat the left wing of the Greeks. So he arranged the Zigs warriors in the rear. On the contrary, when the front of the Picassus army was about to collapse, it was our Zigs warriors who attacked bravely and helped Picassus stabilize the battle, saving our right wing. So, our Zigs warriors have made a great contribution to the victory of this battle. As for killing and injuring the Picassus warriors, it's because the defeated soldiers of Picassus were attacking the formation of the right wing. In order to prevent defeat and at the same time force them to fight again, we had no choice but to make this choice. In fact, not many of the Picassus warriors were really injured. It was because of this urgent method that the right wing finally defeated the enemy. And when we attacked the Greek camp, our Zigs warriors also lost hundreds of people. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. If it wasn't for the fact that you broody people were unwilling to fight at the beginning, how could we have fought so hard? Just now, when we attacked the Greek camp, your Zigs were also the last to arrive. Sinsing roared angrily, Ninath, tell everyone how many of our warriors have been killed and injured by the Zigs. Ninath hesitated for a moment. Under his father's intense gaze, he said hesitantly, about 150 people. All of them were stabbed by spears in the back. Chapter 90. Both Sinsing and Sidorum cast their hopeful eyes on Akapu. Akapiru watched all this, and he knew very well that the Whigs did not fight with all their strength. After all, they were the Brudi, not the Lucaria. Of course, what Sidorum said might be the truth. They had saved the right wing and contributed to the victory of the battle. He knew Sinsing very well. It was his style to bully the weak and fear the strong. It was not surprising that he had such a performance. It was his duty as the leader of the alliance to reward merit and punish mistakes, but he could not really follow the alliance agreement. Picassus was the most important ally of the Grimentum. It was because of his support that the Grimentum was strong today. Moreover, Picassus was also a powerful tribal alliance in Lucania municipality. Criticizing or even punishing the great leader of Picassus in front of the Brudi would definitely cause dissatisfaction in Picassus, and thus cause the Lucania tribal alliance to be divided. The area where the Brudi lived bordered the southern part of Lucania. The tribes there were independent and not unified, so they were relatively weak. They were the next target of the Grimentum's conquest after defeating the Turii and occupying the Sabari plain. Whig was the closest Brudi city to the Lucaria territory. Its voluntary surrender, under the coercion of the Lucania tribal alliance, gave the Grimentum a springboard to enter the Brudi territory. Therefore, they could not be too harsh on it, but they could not let it be confused because the Lucanians were the masters, and the Brudi were destined to be enslaved. After making up his mind, he slowly said, "It is the result of everyone's joint efforts that we can win this battle. When we occupy this place, I will give each of you rich spoils of war according to your contributions." But his sharp eyes made Sidorum's heart tremble. As an ally, killing a comrade who fought side by side with you is an ugly act of breaking a promise. Even the gods will punish you. Therefore, Vigor City had to pay a fine that would satisfy Picassus to compensate for their losses. At the same time, offer the lives of the same number of Vigo warriors as a sacrifice. What? When the Vigo warriors heard this, they all exploded and shouted angrily. The Grimentum and Picassus warriors immediately surrounded them. "Sidorum, do you agree or disagree with my decision?" Acapiro stared coldly at the leader of Vigor City. Sidorum lowered his head and clenched his fists. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He remained silent. "Great leader, you can agree to it. The Lucanians have humiliated us like this, and we will not stand for it. Let's go back." Saru shouted angrily, "Yes, let's go back. Leader, let's go back." The Wigo warriors were furious. "Go back." Sinsing sneered and said to Acapyrus, "You see, the Brudi people are really unreliable. They want to quit the alliance they swore to the gods so quickly. If that's the case, why don't—" Hearing this, Sidorum was shocked. He raised his head abruptly and saw the ferocious sneer on Sinsing's face and the cold expression of Acapyrus. He looked around. The Lucanians raised their shields and spears and surrounded his people. Although the Vigo warriors struggled with all their might, they were too few in number. They only wore leather armor and did not have bronze shields. They only had one spear. Their equipment was too simple. Sidorum's nails dug deep into his palms. He squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. I agree. Great leader." The sorrowful cries of the Vigo warriors were like a big hammer, hammering on Sidorum's already extremely fragile heart. He staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. "Eudril will be in charge of supervising the execution of the punishment," Acapyrus said. He was worried that Sinsing would agitate the Brudi people again and cause a riot, so he chose to be neutral. "Okay." Eudril, the great leader of Nudum, replied, "When we occupy this place, I will allocate a piece of land in the Sabari plain for Sidorum and your people to graze cattle and sheep according to the contributions of Vigo City. It is much more fertile than the land of the Brudi." After Acapyrus gave the punishment, he gave Vigo City a sweet reward. "Thank you, great leader." Sidorum endured the pain and thanked him. Acapyrus did not wait for Sinsing to speak and asked kindly, "Ninath, my dear child, how are your injuries?" Ninath endured the pain and straightened his chest. "Great leader, I'm fine. They are just flesh wounds." "That's good. You have to protect yourself. I don't want my dear daughter to become a widow at such a young age. I'm still waiting to hold my grandson." Acapyrus laughed loudly, and the warriors around him also laughed along, making Ninath a little embarrassed and shy. Sinsing breathed a sigh of relief. Since Acapyrus still valued Ninath, his promise to Picassus would not change because of this setback. What Lucania's #1 warrior? To be so embarrassed by the Greeks who outnumber you so much? What a disgrace to the Lucanians! There was sarcasm in the warrior's laughter. Ninath looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be Sevilla, the leader of a tribe in Grimentum. He had once proposed to Acapyrus' daughter, but the great leader married his daughter to Ninath for the sake of the tribe's interests. Since then, Sevilla had not been nice to him. Not to be outdone, Ninath said, "If you have the ability, then go ahead and attack. I don't believe you can take down this camp." "Well, I'll show you the power of us Grimentum warriors." Sevilla was provoked and did not decline. He turned around and shouted, "Brothers, enough, Sevilla!" Acapyrus' deep and majestic voice immediately stopped the young leader's impulse. "Let's go back to camp." As soon as his voice fell, Sinsing shouted first, "Go back now? Aren't we going to continue to attack this camp?" Acapyrus looked up at the sky and said, "It's almost dusk and the warriors are very tired. We have killed the last Turii militia, and they are powerless to stop us Lucanians from taking root in this land. When we go back, we will take care of the wounded, recover our strength, and prepare the tools. Tomorrow we will build a city here, a city of Lucania." Acapyrus' voice became a little excited. "These mercenaries are not worth worrying about at all. As long as they dare to come out, we will defeat them. If they don't come out, we can lock them up so that they can't get the support of the Turii, and they will naturally be finished. As for the reinforcements from Tarentum, I heard that the relationship between Tarentum and the Messapi is tense, and they will not stay here for long." The people around were thoughtful. Eudril asked, "Acapyrus, are we not going to Amendola?" "We will go tomorrow." Acapyrus glanced at Sinsing. Although on the surface he did not take the mercenaries seriously, in fact, the combat power of this team surprised him a little. The tribe that had captured Amendola did not join the Lucanian tribal coalition as per his orders. If he led the army at this moment, Amendola was likely to refuse to open the gate. Although his forces were more than 10 times that of the other party, siege was not the Lucanians' forte. Moreover, it was a mountain city. If they could not capture it quickly at night, the warriors would be extremely tired and had no food. Behind them, there was the threat of mercenaries and Tarentum reinforcements, and there was a group of unstable Zwegs in the team. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen. There was no need for the Lucania tribe's allied forces to take this risk when they were confident of winning. If the leader of that small tribe in Amendola is smart, they should escape to the mountains tonight like last time. Otherwise, I'll let them know who's in charge of the Lucania region tomorrow. Acapyrus sneered with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Chapter 91. The Lucarians had retreated. Amid the cheers of the soldiers, Felicius came to the main tent of the military camp to meet the Devers. However, he saw that the Devers were engrossed in drawing something on the ground with a wooden stick. Sometimes they raised their heads in contemplation, and sometimes they paced back and forth anxiously. They were completely unaware of the movements outside. Felicius called out a few times, but seeing no response, he simply stood at the side and watched quietly. He craned his head to see what the Devers were drawing. The pattern on the ground was crude and messy. He could barely make out that it was a topographic map of the surroundings of Turii, the Crati River and its tributary, the Cosini River. The square at the confluence of the two rivers should represent the city of Turii. What did this thin line refer to? It was connected to the Cosini River. Could it be the Tino River? And what did these dots and circles beside the Tino River represent? Just as he was deep in thought, he heard the Devers shout in a strange language. He quickly raised his head and saw that the Devers were extremely agitated, their faces flushed. Could it be that he was talking to Pluto just now? Felicius recalled some rumors, and his heart skipped a beat. "Felicius, you've come at the right time. Immediately inform all the captains and squad leaders to come to my tent for a meeting." The Devers suddenly said. Their unquestionable and unyielding tone shocked Felicius. After Felicius left, the Devers took another deep look at the pattern on the ground. Once again, he used a firm tone to repeat what he had just said. Success or failure, it all depends on this battle. I'm betting. He stretched out his leg and forcefully wiped the pattern off the ground. Resolutely, he sat on the wooden chair in the middle of the tent. While waiting for his nervous and agitated emotions to calm down, he was also waiting for the arrival of his subordinates. When this camp was being built, the Devers had taken into account the needs of the battle and expanded the tent. Even so, with dozens of team officers standing in the tent, the space was still very tight. But no one cared about this. If the battle failed, where would the mercenaries go? Previously, because they had to fight, they did not have the time to think about it. Now, every team officer was feeling uneasy, so they all looked at Devers, hoping that this leader, who had led them out of trouble time and time again and constantly created miracles, could point them in the right direction. Brothers, the Devers spoke. We have lost. The Lucarians may have retreated, but they would come again tomorrow. The Lucarians had long wanted to occupy the fertile Zabari plain. For this reason, they launched 2 major battles against the Taurus and paid a huge price to defeat the Taurus. Finally, they managed to inflict heavy losses on the Taurus and force them to hole up in their cities. They would never give up on the Zabari plain. So what should we do? Devers looked around at the crowd with a solemn expression, but he didn't want them to argue about anything at this time. Because time was tight, he continued, although I haven't said it publicly, I'm afraid you all already know, because you all have been working hard for it. That's right, Amendola is my target. This is the place I have chosen for our mercenaries in Greece. This is our future home. Most of the team officers looked calm, and only a few of them looked surprised. However, if the Lucanians occupy the Zabari plain, even if we take Amendola, we will become their main target, because we have too few people and we are the weakest and we have a grudge against them. Even if we defeat them again like today, as long as they are here, they will always be a huge threat to us. What should we do? The Devers asked for the second time. Of course, we have to defeat them. Someone shouted in the silence. It was Matones' voice. That's right. The Lucanians are actually not as strong as the tourists say. As long as we can disperse them, we can defeat them. Amintes also said loudly, even when facing an enemy 10 times their size, these 2 brave officers could still fearlessly charge forward. However, Capys, Alexis, Felicius, and the others obviously did not agree with them and were about to refute. The Devers laughed and said, well said, we have to attack the Lucanians, but not to attack them when they're dispersed, but to annihilate them in one fell swoop. That's the only way we can settle down in Amendola with peace of mind. That's the only way we can deter Tali and the other forces from obstructing us. That's the only way we can freely sow wheat and graze cattle and sheep. Annihilate the Lucanians. Everyone was stunned. Chief, we only have 2,000 people. Even if we surround them, we can't do it. How are we going to annihilate the Lucanians who have 10,000 people? Felicius's words echoed the doubts of all the officers. It's not just us. There are reinforcements from Tarentum and Dracos' mercenaries. Even if we include them, we only have 6,000 people. The Lucanians have 15 to 16,000 people, more than twice our number. Capys shook his head and said, are the reinforcements from Tarentum and those mercenaries willing to attack the Lucanians? Antonios asked a key question. They don't know yet, but I'm confident that we can convince them soon. The Devers looked at everyone confidently. Seeing that they were still full of doubts, he said loudly, brothers, do you remember what I said before? The victory of a war is not decided by numbers. It depends on the quality of the soldiers, the level of morale, and the quality of their weapons. The most important thing is to come up with a feasible and meticulous plan. Let us lead the enemy by the nose, suppress the enemy's strengths, and play to our strengths. Only then can we achieve the final victory. Everyone was deep in thought. Amyntas urged impatiently. "Chief Devers, quickly tell us your plan." "Assists, go get the tourist map," the Devers shouted. The assists immediately brought over the map that had been carefully drawn on parchment after repeated surveys a few days ago. The Devers spread the map on the wooden table, and everyone immediately gathered around. "Everyone, please take a look. This is the Lucanians' camp, and this is the Tino River." The Devers pointed at the points and lines on the map and slowly explained the attack plan that they had been brewing in detail. Everyone listened carefully and pondered at the same time. When the Devers finished, there was silence in the tent. Then they began to whisper in twos and threes. The Devers waited quietly for a while and said, "Brothers, is this plan feasible?" "Chief," Alexis praised sincerely. "I've never seen such a wonderful idea. It's a genius plan." "Alexis is right. If we execute this plan, not only will the enemy's advantage in numbers be suppressed, but it will also make it easier for us to use the power of our attacks. Chief, as expected of our chief, the great commander, the blessed of Hades." For a moment there was a tide of flattery. The Devers said solemnly, "Now is not the time to say nice things. This is a crucial moment that concerns our survival. Tell us what you think. We need to gather everyone's wisdom to overcome the difficulties and obtain victory." Everyone looked at each other. Alexis coughed a few times, and her expression became serious. She was the first to speak. "Chief, according to your plan, the first thing we need to solve is the problem of how to lure the enemy." After an intense discussion, the battle plan was finally roughly established, and the atmosphere in the tent became lively. The Devers said loudly, "Brothers, the battle is about to begin. Go back and tell the soldiers. Tell them the truth that we have been hiding. This battle isn't for Talii, nor is it for us, the team's officers. It's for themselves, for the land that all of us have been dreaming of. Hades will protect us." Chapter 92. When Archita walked into the expeditionary army camp, cheers came from every tent he passed. The air was filled with excitement and happiness. Even he, who had a heavy heart, was infected. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This mercenary army is indeed a battle-hardened powerhouse that gave Persia headaches. During the day, he had seen with his own eyes how these mercenaries had used novel tactics and fierce attacks against the Lucanians. It was even more commendable that they could still maintain such high morale after the defeat of the battle. Archita's desire to see the Devers immediately became stronger. As soon as he arrived outside the tent, the young man whom he had a good impression of came out to greet him. The first thing he said was, "General Archita, we are preparing to attack the Lucanian tribal coalition tomorrow. We hope to receive help from the Tarantum reinforcements." Aketa couldn't believe his ears. "You mean you want to attack the Lucania tribal coalition?" "Yes. It's the 15,000 Lucanian tribal coalition in the west, and not the Lucanians in Amendalara." Archita asked again with uncertainty. "Yes, it's the Lucanian tribal coalition in the west." The Devers nodded heavily. After Archita got the affirmative answer, he stared at the Devers for a while and barely suppressed his excitement. He said, "What are you going to do? Come, let's talk inside the tent." The Devers hurriedly led Archita into the tent. They came to the map laid out and explained their plan in detail. Archita held his chin with his hand and pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "I have to say that this is a very bold plan. It almost uses the military force to the extreme, and it also has a certain degree of feasibility. It's very tempting to me. Then will the Tarantum reinforcements join?" The Devers asked. Archita was silent, and the Devers were not in a hurry. After a long silence, Archita saw that the Devers were still calm and could not help but say, "It seems that you are certain that I will agree. I heard that Heraclea is an ally of Tarantum. If we win tomorrow, Tarantum will no longer have to worry about the problem in the west and can focus on dealing with the Masapi," the Devers said slowly. Actually, his words were quite polite. Heraclea was not just an ally of Tarantum. It was actually a subsidiary controlled by Tarantum. 20 years ago, the the person in power was not even an immigrant of Tarentum, but someone directly appointed by Tarentum. Although it was not almost a subsidiary state of Tarentum like it was in the past, Tarentum still had a strong influence on Heraclea. It regarded Heraclea as its western barrier. If the Lucanians occupied the Sabari plain and Amendolara, which was next to Heraclea, the threat to Heraclea would be too great. It might even threaten Metapontum, which was further north. This was also an important reason why Tarentum had sent reinforcements. Acitta finally nodded. The people of Tarentum are happy to fight alongside the Greek warriors in the expedition to Persia. That's great. It's because of the Tarentum reinforcements led by you, Acitta, that I dare to propose this plan because your combat power is also very strong, the Devers said sincerely. After the two discussed the details, Acitta suddenly said, Devers, I have a suggestion that I hope you will consider. Please say it. The Devers saw his serious expression and was taken aback. Regardless of victory or defeat in the next battle, I sincerely invite you to become a citizen of Tarentum. I will also fully recommend you to the Senate in the hope that you will take up an important administrative position. Acitta solemnly made a promise. The Devers did not expect Acitta to make such a request, which caught him off guard. Well, I heard that it's very difficult for a foreigner to become a citizen of a large city-state. Yes, Acitta nodded frankly, but then he changed the topic. However, people with extraordinary talents like you will be warmly invited in any city-state in Greece. After all, this is not Athens, it's a colonial city. The key is that they must have the foresight to discover talents. Acitta proudly pointed to his eyes. Just me, excluding my brothers? The Devers thought of a reason to refuse. With so many people joining Tarentum, it's not something that the Archons or the Senate can decide. It needs to be decided by collective voting in a citizens' assembly, which is very difficult. Acitta said awkwardly, Thank you for your invitation. After tomorrow's battle, I will seriously consider this issue. The Devers pretended to be serious. Regarding the Devers' invitation, Adrianx, Sesta, and even Dracos came. The Devers told them his plan, and the three were shocked. In today's battle, they did not suffer as light losses as the Tarentum reinforcements and the Devers mercenaries. The number of casualties was more than 400, especially Draco's mercenaries. For them, who only had 2,000 people, it could be said to be a heavy blow. If they agreed to the Devers' request, the casualties would probably be even higher, so Adrianx and Sesta were a little hesitant. Leader Devers, I'm willing to participate in tomorrow's battle. Dracos, who had been depressed, suddenly said, surprising the other two. The Lucanians are nothing to be afraid of. It's just that the Tali have dragged me down today. I believe that if I fight with you tomorrow, I'll definitely make them taste defeat. Dracos said unwillingly. The Devers did not expect Dracos, whom they had fought before, to be the first to agree. It made them look at the big leader's desire to fight and tenacity in a new light. Seeing that the other two were still hesitating, he immediately said, The attack on the Lucanians is not for the pitiful tourist pay. After we defeat them, we will take back Amendolar and become the master of that place. The words of the Devers shocked the three again. Are you sure you can take down Amendolar? Sesta asked in surprise. We have attacked many cities in Persia. A small mountain city is really not a problem, the Devers said confidently. When the time comes, we will invite you to become citizens of Amendolar, obtain the land there, and put down a foundation in the rich Greece. Of course, if you only want to return to the war-torn and barren Ionia, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Are you serious? You will really let us get the land? Adrianx stammered. Of course. This is a decision that all of us have made together, the Devers said with a straight face. But, Adrianx slightly calmed down and asked, Will Turris and Tarentum object? Turris is heavily injured. They don't have the ability to object even if they want to. The Devers smiled contemptuously. As for Tarentum, Maybe they will be happy that we are doing this because we have the ability to defend Amendalar and protect the western border of Tarantum from the invasion of the mountain tribes." The three of them looked at each other and said in unison, "We are willing to join you." "That's great," the Devers said happily. "Now we are a family. Let us fight for our own future together." After the four of them finished discussing the details of the plan, the Devers reminded them to keep it a secret and not let the people of Tarantum know about it for the time being. After sending the three of them off, the Devers prepared to let the freedmen who were returning to Turris go back and ask Buckos to quickly come to the camp. There was an urgent matter to discuss. Unexpectedly, a guard came in and reported, "Buckos is already outside the camp requesting to see you." The Devers were surprised and immediately thought of the urgent need that the Tarissa's City Hall and Parliament had for them. As expected, the moment Buckos entered the tent, he asked impatiently, "Chief Devers, are you still going to continue with the original agreement?" Chapter 93. How can we do that? That's fine. You've sworn to the gods. Buckos pleaded anxiously, "Chief Devers, please, let your soldiers stay and help Turin. Pay. I'll double your pay. You lack weapons. Turin has a lot of them. I'll bring them to you right now. You've seen the battle today. Turin lost more than 2,000 men. We really don't have anyone left." Buckos cried and almost knelt down. However, the Devers' expression turned cold. Buckos hurriedly said, "Let me think again. Let me think again. Oh, although there are no people in Tali, there are enough slaves to mine copper and stone. They are all young and strong men, and they are relatively strong. You can have as much as you want." The Devers rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying reluctantly, "All right, but I don't have food to feed these slaves. Turin has enough food. I'll give you as much as you want." As long as the Devers agreed to stay, Buckos would try his best to fulfill any request. That night, all of Turin was busy. In order to survive, the people endured their grief and drove hundreds of cargo ships filled with weapons, food, slaves, and tents. Because the reinforcements from Tarantum refused to enter the city and were willing to stay in the mercenary camp, they had to prepare tents for them. To the simple dock at the mouth of the river, the Devers ordered Murses to lead his men in the supply camp to receive the goods and let the soldiers rest early to recover their energy. At dawn, the mercenaries in front of the Devers' camp were already in formation. The Devers patrolled in front of them, and their high spirits made the Devers nod continuously. "Matones, are you ready?" The Devers could not help but ask as they looked at their old comrade who was eager to fight. "I can't wait," Matones shouted. "Later, there will be enemies for you to fight. On average, each of us has to kill 3 people from the other side to ensure victory. Are you confident?" The Devers asked with a smile. Yes. The shouts of the soldiers around him were mixed with Matones' unwillingness. 3 of you aren't enough for me to kill." Devers laughed and jumped onto the war horse, pulled by assists. He came to the front of the army and faced countless excited and hopeful eyes. He shouted, "Brothers, I see hope in your eyes. After today's battle, I hope you can turn this hope into reality. Hades will protect you. Victory! Victory! Victory!" Amidst the endless cheers, the Devers solemnly said to Felicius, "I await your good news." "Don't worry, leader. With Hades' protection, we will succeed," Felicius said excitedly. Devers took a deep breath as he watched the mercenaries disappear into the morning mist. He knew that the war horse that would decide his fate was about to begin. Yashi returned to the camp. "Begin our preparations," he shouted in a loud, forceful, and excited voice. "Yes." The assist's reply was equally powerful. "Hey, did you hear that? I think there's an army marching." A sentry on the Turiai wall reminded his comrade. "Could it be that the Lucanians are here to attack us?" The other sentinel exclaimed in panic when he heard the commotion. "Quick, sound the alarm and inform the citizens." The sentry ran to the tower. However, when the Turias militia reached the wall, it was dead silent outside. Faced with the fog, the cavalrymen refused to go out to investigate, so they could only wait for the fog to disperse. In the morning, the sun had risen to the sky, and the fog had dissipated. The sound of the horn echoed throughout the Lucanians' camp, and the soldiers began to prepare to march to the Zibari plain. At that moment, a sentry rushed into the camp. "Enemies are coming! Enemies are coming! Enemies dare to attack our camp?" The Lucanian soldiers looked curiously out of the camp. 200 heavily armed Greek heavy infantry appeared outside the camp. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, they calmly stopped 100 meters away from the camp and began to throw some round objects into the camp. When the objects fell to the ground, the soldiers realized that they were the heads of the Lucanian soldiers who had died in the mercenary camp. Due to fear of increasing casualties, the Lucanian soldiers did not dare to take away the bodies of their comrades from the trap outside the Devers camp yesterday. Their ears were cut and their eyes gouged out. They died a miserable death. When the soldiers' anger was ignited, the Greek soldiers outside the camp lifted their battle skirts and cursed while peeing. The Lucanian soldiers were furious. They broke through their leader's obstruction, and thousands of them rushed out of the camp and pounced on the Greek soldiers fiercely. The Greek soldiers immediately turned around and fled. After the Lucanian soldiers circled around the ridge, they were shocked to find nearly 2,000 Greek soldiers waiting in formation in front of them. It was too late to dodge. A round of javelins immediately caused the Lucanian soldiers to fall, and then a powerful charge completely extinguished the fighting spirit of the soldiers. Then the Greek soldiers began to chase them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Greek soldiers quickly knocked down the fleeing Lucanian soldiers one by one, and then stabbed the fallen soldiers a few more times to ensure their death. This cruel way of killing and the screams of their people made the Lucanian soldiers and leaders who witnessed all this in the camp unable to hold back their anger. However, they were intimidated by the number and ferocity of the other party, so they began to look for the great leader of the Grimentum to fight. Before Akaparu could reply, Ninath shouted, "I know them! They are the damned mercenaries who fought with us yesterday." Akapiru's eyes widened. "Child, are you sure? I won't make a mistake even if you beat me to death." Ninath looked like he had suffered a great deal. "Great leader, let me lead 3,000 soldiers to repel them and avenge the warriors of Picassus." Seville stepped forward and asked for battle. Ninath glared at him and also stepped forward to ask for battle. Akaparu said loudly, "These Greek mercenaries dare to leave the camp and harass us. That's just right. Let's destroy them all here again so that we don't have to attack their camp again." The more Akapiru spoke, the more excited he became. "Immediately blow the horn to attack, and all troops line up outside the camp. After defeating them, take advantage of the situation and march into the Zibari plain." The leaders were equally excited and agreed in unison. Only the great leader of Vigo City, Sidorum, remained silent. Akapiru glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Sidorum, do you have any doubts about my decision?" Sidorum smiled bitterly. "Great leader, I absolutely obey orders. It's just that after last night the soldiers of Vigo City were unwilling, refused to go to the battlefield again. There's such a thing." Akapiru's eyes widened. "The soldiers said, if you go to the battlefield and get killed by the enemy, when you come back, you'll be killed by your own people. Since you're going to be killed anyway, it's better to lie in the camp and let your own people kill you. At least it won't be so tiring." No matter how I tried to persuade them, they didn't listen. Sidorum lowered his head, but he spoke very fluently. "Akapiru, the people of Vigo are not listening to orders. They must be up to no good. We must capture them immediately." Sinsing jumped out and shouted, pointing at Sidorum. Sidorum's expression changed slightly. Akapiru interrupted Sinsing. "Well, since the warriors of Vigo are unwilling to fight, then stay and guard the camp." Sidorum breathed a sigh of relief. Before Sinsing could say anything, Akapiru waved his hand and said impatiently, "The warriors of Picassus also suffered heavy casualties yesterday, so they will also stay and guard the camp with the warriors of Vigo City. After we defeat the Greeks, you will then transport cattle, sheep, tents, equipment, and all camp supplies to the Zabari plain." Sinsing stopped making a fuss. He gladly accepted the order, and even stopped his son Ninatha's opposition. But this did not reduce Akapiru's resentment towards him. Originally, after returning to the camp yesterday, Akapiru intended to let Sidorum kill a few dozen seriously injured Vigo people. But Sinsing insisted on killing 150 Vigo warriors as a sacrifice. This obviously made the people of Vigo unhappy. Looking at the expressionless Sidorum, Akapiru knew that he should seriously consider the problem of Vigo City next. But now the Zabari plain was his primary goal, so he could only let Picassus monitor these foreigners for the time being. Chapter 94. The Greeks also stopped their pursuit, began to gather their troops, and slowly moved forward. Apart from the Picassus and Vigo warriors, as well as the injured warriors from the other 3 cities, there were more than 9,000 troops in formation. From south to north, the formation was about a few miles long. They belonged to the tribes under Gramentem, Nudum, and Laos, so the formation was slow. In front of the behemoth of the Lucaria tribal coalition, the Greek mercenaries of only 2,000 people appeared too weak. However, when they slowly moved to 100 meters away from the enemy's formation, they suddenly accelerated to the left. Before the Lucanian leaders could react, the Greek army had already approached the right flank of the allied army. The Lucanian soldiers who were still in a disorderly formation watched in horror as the Greek army threw javelins at them and then launched a fierce attack on them. In the blink of an eye, the right side of the Lucanian coalition army collapsed. The despicable Greeks betrayed their trust and attacked without waiting for us to finish our formation. Sevilla cursed angrily. Akapiru realized that he had made a mistake. Sending a huge army to face the small and capable Greek army was like a fierce bull facing a nimble mouse, bloated and not efficient. Sound the horn. Let the soldiers attack immediately. While the Greek army continued to attack the left side along the right side of the right, Akapiru quickly gave an order. Surround them. Don't let them escape. At the same time, the other leaders also gave similar orders. The Lucanian warriors, who were freed from their restraints, quickly rushed toward the Greek army like hounds that had let loose. They wanted to tear this group of Greeks, who had repeatedly made fun of them, humiliated them, and made them hate the most, into pieces. The Greek army immediately turned and ran east. As they ran, they threw away their shields, bayonets, and swords to ensure that they would not be caught by the Lucarians, who ran like crazy. The Greeks ran desperately in front, and the Lucanian coalition army chased after them. Gradually, they formed a dense line of several miles long. The Greeks turned over the ridge and followed the gradual descent of the mountain to the east. After they had run about 10 leagues, the soldiers were a little out of breath, and when they looked back, the Lucarians were still at their heels. At this time, the Greeks left the mountain road and approached the Tino River. Then they ran down the gentle slope and came to the large riverbank on the other side of the famous hot spring swamp. Although the soil here was moist and soft, and a foot could pick up a piece of soil, the terrain was flat. Compared to the uneven, rocky mountain road, it was easier to run and faster. The Lucarians, of course, followed them down the river, or they would have lost the Greeks. Brothers, hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Felicius, who was running at the front, was panting as he encouraged the soldiers around him with a hoarse voice. In fact, he was also encouraging himself. As a veteran who was over 40 years old, this long run had exhausted all of his energy. When the Greeks had reached the end of the river and were crossing the gentle slope, the Lucanians were hot on their heels. But just as they were about to set foot on the top of the slope, they saw above them rows of heavily armed Greek infantry, already in position, advancing to meet them. "There's an ambush!" Before the soldier at the front could shout, the spear of the Greek army pierced through his chest. The Lucanian soldiers, who were already exhausted from running, had completely lost the ability to dodge. Under the countless spears of the Greek heavy infantry, they fell down one by one like dumplings falling into a pot. The soldiers at the back did not know what was happening in front of them and were still running forward at this time, behind the Tarentum reinforcements who were in charge of the frontal interception. The Devers mercenaries who were in charge of baiting the enemy were eating warm bread and drinking hot water. The women and slaves of the supply camp brought new round shields, spears and swords, and quickly equipped each soldier. The mercenaries knew that their time was tight. They had to replenish their food and water as soon as possible, and then rush forward as fast as possible to complete the encirclement. Merces also knew that his time was tight. After completing the replenishment of the mercenaries, he had to bring the fully armed guards of the supply camp, the slaves from the city of Turis, and dozens of slave captains who were in charge of commanding them. There were about 1,000 people in total, including more than a dozen pack carts, to the narrow area in front of the mountain path to establish a defensive line and block the reinforcements of the Lucanian army. Drax, Adrianx, and Cesta led about 1,500 mercenaries to lie in ambush on the side of the river that was more than 2 miles long. Their defensive line was relatively weak. Fortunately, there were about 700 light shield-bearers and light infantrymen behind them. There were also 700 armed slaves behind them, and in between the two teams were the Devers and their guards. "Leader!" Assists rushed over on horseback and said excitedly, "Our team has begun to move quickly towards the mountain path to the west." The Devers nodded and tried to suppress the excitement and nervousness in his heart. The initial operation of luring the enemy could be said to be effective. Looking at the densely packed enemy below, there were at least 8,000 to 9,000 people. More than half of the Lucanian army's forces were gathered here. Excluding the warriors who were injured yesterday, the enemy camp was estimated to have no more than 5,000 people. After wiping out the enemy in front of them, the Lucarians would no longer have the ability to stir up trouble in the Zabari plain. They should take advantage of the fact that the enemy on the riverbank was disorganized to launch an attack and take them down as soon as possible. "Light infantrymen, attack!" The Devers ordered decisively. After receiving the order, Epthanus and Xpit led the light shield-bearers to pass through the mercenaries in front of them. Alpines ordered the stone-throwers and archers to start loading the ammunition. The front was blocked, but the Lucanian warriors behind were still rushing forward due to inertia. Soon, countless Lucaria warriors crowded together, gathering at the bottom of the riverbank that was about 1/2 mile wide and 2 miles long. Many of them had already sensed that something was wrong, and were shouting at each other anxiously at this time. Countless Greek soldiers appeared on the side slope. "Enemy! We've fallen into an ambush!" Accompanied by the panicked shouts of the warriors, javelins, arrows, and flying stones poured down. The soldiers were crowded, and most of them had thrown away their shields, helmets, and even their breastplates to make it easier for them to chase after the enemy. In the absence of protection, the light infantrymen of the mercenary army didn't need to aim. Every javelin, every stone, and every arrow could hit their target easily. Retreat! The terrified warriors wanted to escape. However, there were more than 9,000 people in the crowded and narrow space. Some of them were dodging arrows and flying stones, some wanted to retreat, and some wanted to kill the Greeks in front of them in anger. They wanted to kill their way out. Everyone had their own ideas. They were like headless flies bumping into each other. However, the entire troop was in chaos and disorganized. It was quite difficult for them to complete a smooth retreat. On the contrary, it was easier to cause a disaster of being trampled on. In the face of death, the terrified warriors unconsciously pushed down the clansmen in front of them, and in the blink of an eye, they died silently under the feet of countless people. The leaders and warriors of the various tribes were extremely anxious when they saw the situation. However, in the turbulent and noisy crowd, any shouts or attempts to stop them were futile. Unfortunately, the buglers of the Allied forces were far behind the troops, and they could not reach them. "Kill! Follow me and kill!" Seville squeezed through the panicked clansmen with his strong body. With a spear in hand, he roared and glared angrily at the gentle slope on the side of the river bank. His risky action attracted the attention of both sides and reminded the panicked warriors who were dodging the rain of arrows. Some of the warriors began to follow him, braving the enemy's long-range attacks and running up the slope. Chapter 95. Sevilla staggered a few steps back and wanted to throw the spear in his hand to fight back, but his already tired body was hit hard again. Exhausted, he fell down and slid down the slope. Sevilla's death didn't scare the rest of the warriors. The belief that they were going to live gave them temporary courage and strength. Warriors fell one after another, but there was an endless stream of warriors who rushed forward. The Lucanian warriors were approaching the top of the slope. The brass horns sounded in a timely and urgent manner. The light shield-bearers quickly retreated from the gaps between the mercenary heavy infantrymen. The heavy infantrymen stepped forward and formed a long and thin, dense square formation. They stood on the top of the slope and wanted to use the long steel wall to destroy the enemy's hope of escaping. The light infantrymen behind them ignored the numbness in their arms and continued to shoot javelins, arrows, and flying stones, making them pass the heavy infantrymen in a perfect arc and fall down the slope. They continued to kill the enemies behind them and prevent them from forming a continuous attack. The slaves at the back had already brought bundles of arrows and javelins for the light infantrymen to replenish their long-range weapons. Draco stood at the forefront of the line of defense, facing the enemies who were gradually beginning to rush up the slope. Not only did he not feel nervous or afraid, but he was full of fighting spirit. "Brothers, drive the enemy down! Roar!" The soldiers were influenced by him. They raised their shields and spears and roared in unison. As the great leader of the Grumentum and the leader of the Lucanian tribal coalition, Acapru, who was over 50 years old, certainly could not impulsively throw himself into the pursuit like the young warriors. He did not chase. There were 400 Grumentum warriors who were responsible for his safety. Of course, they would not leave him behind to pursue the enemy alone. Nudem and Laos were in the same situation. The three teams combined had about 700 warriors. After they met up, they moved forward at a faster speed. When they were about to reach the hot spring swamp, they heard the deafening sound of fighting and screams in front of them. The faces of the great leaders changed. "Hurry up and get there," Akapairu hurriedly ordered. The fast-moving team encountered the Devers mercenaries, who were also rushing over to complete the encirclement. When Felicius saw the enemy on the mountain path, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he was experienced and quickly made his own arrangements. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies were under Capus's command to block the enemies who were surrounded. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th companies would follow him to attack the enemies in front. At the same time, Felicius called for a messenger. "Quickly inform Mercius, and get him to bring the slaves here, quickly." Seeing that the Greeks dared to divide their forces in the face of his approach, Ecopyrus became more and more uneasy. Would these cowardly Greeks dare to do this if they had nothing more urgent to do? He immediately gave the order, "Attack with full force." The two fully armed teams were all elites of their own, but they didn't even get into formation or spread out before they collided with each other. Capys led the army to the west of the riverbank and ran into the Lucaria warriors who had just climbed out of the slope and were still in a state of shock. They were immediately beaten up, leaving dozens of bodies rolling down the slope. The mercenaries immediately blocked the gap. Now, to the east of the riverbank were Tarentum's reinforcements. To the north were Draco's mercenaries, all the light infantry and slave soldiers. To the west were the heavy infantry of the Devers mercenaries. And to the south were the hot spring swamps and the Tino River that flooded with spring rain. More than 9,000 Lucanian tribal coalition forces were surrounded in a narrow, low-lying area about 2 miles long and half a mile wide, and the total force of the encirclement was only about 7,000, including the slave soldiers. Their blockade line was weak, especially on the west side, where there were only 600 Devers mercenaries, almost a single line of infantry. Draco's mercenaries, which extended to the north, were like dumplings with thin skin and many fillings, in danger of being squeezed at any time. Fortunately, the Lucanians in the encirclement were temporarily chaotic and disorganized, like headless flies bumping around, unable to form a joint force. In the Devers plan, the long-range firepower of the light infantry was the main factor in weakening the enemy's strength, and his Persia expeditionary force not only played the role of completing the encirclement, but also his most trusted offensive force. Now, due to an accident, the expeditionary force's strength was scattered. After the Devers learned of this emergency situation through the cavalry scouts, although anxious, this was still one of the possibilities in his plan, and he had a backup plan. He immediately sent out cavalry and urged mercies to speed up and rush to the place where Felicius' troops were fighting to rendezvous with Felicius, concentrate their forces, annihilate the unexpected enemy in one fell swoop, and then re-enter the encirclement and annihilation of the Licarians. Time was now the key to Shi Jun's victory. Akapiru also knew its importance. The two elite troops were bathed in blood. One side was the warriors selected from the entire Lucanian tribal alliance. They had not gone through intense fighting and were still full of strength. The other side was the Greek mercenaries who had gone on an expedition to Persia. They were experienced and skilled, but the nonstop running made them extremely weak. But the process of the battle surprised Aka. He originally thought that the Greeks did not form a phalanx, and in such a melee the Lucanian warriors, who were used to this fighting style, should have the upper hand. But the Lucanian warriors gradually began to retreat. Standing high in the rear, Akapiru observed, the Greeks often gathered in groups of dozens. In fact, it was a unique unit of the Devers mercenaries. Not only were they very organized, flexible, and had a tacit understanding with each other, which made them more lethal. The Lucanians, on the other hand, were cut into pieces by them, like a plate of loose sand. This made him realize the seriousness of the matter. He quickly sent a small team of warriors and ordered them to return to the camp quickly and inform the great leader of Picassus, Sinsing. Immediately bring the remaining warriors to help him defeat the current enemy and further crush the enemy's plot. The warriors who went back to report were attacked by the Lead's cavalry. Last night, the Devers took the opportunity to temporarily borrow 10 war horses from Buccos, so that the mercenaries' cavalry team could be rebuilt. Due to the rugged mountain road, the cavalry's speed could not be fully exerted. A few wounded warriors escaped the cavalry's pursuit and ran all the way to the Lucanian camp. Hurry! Hurry up and inform the great leader of Sinsing. We have been ambushed. Send reinforcements quickly. Under the surprised gaze of the warriors who were preparing to withdraw from the camp, the exhausted warriors who fell to the ground shouted anxiously. However, the expressions of the surrounding warriors began to become a little strange. Oh no, it's the Whigs! The warrior who reported the news realized that these people were different and could not help but be shocked. But he saw a person squatting down and asked in a deep voice, "What ambush? What happened?" The warrior seemed to remember that the person who spoke was a leader of Whig city called Saru. Akapiru let Picassus and Whig be in charge of the withdrawal of the camp. But Sinsing handed all the hard work to the Whigs. He, his son, and several leaders were in the big tent discussing how to protect the interests of Picassus after occupying the Zabari plain. The guard suddenly rushed in and shouted in panic, "Great leader, it's not good. The Whigs have suddenly attacked us." "What?" Sinsing was shocked and immediately cursed angrily. "Those damn Whigs! Do they not want to live any more?" He hurried out of the military tent, and the scene in front of him was far beyond his expectations. Thick smoke was billowing everywhere in the camp. Countless tents were burning in the fire. The Whigs were holding spears and divided into countless teams, chasing and killing the unguarded Picassus warriors everywhere. The Picassus people were fleeing in panic. Sinsing's ears were filled with the shrill screams of his people, which almost drove him mad. Ah! I've said it before, these despicable broody people should be killed. But Akapiru just did not listen. Nainath, hurry up! Quickly organize the warriors to counterattack. counterattack, repel them, kill them all, and destroy Whig City. Needless to say, Glynard and several leaders had already rushed out anxiously. Chapter 96. For a moment the camp was in chaos. Ninath and the rest could not gather enough soldiers to repel the Zeg's rebellion for revenge. "Captain, look!" Outside the Lucania camp, the mercenary cavalry who was observing the situation shouted excitedly. Leds was frustrated that he didn't manage to stop all the Lucanian soldiers who came to report, but he didn't expect the enemy's camp to be on fire. Then he saw the people inside killing each other. He couldn't believe his eyes. "Captain, it's internal strife. The enemy is having an internal strife." The cavalry beside him continued to shout excitedly. Led suppressed the excitement in his heart and observed for a while. After confirming that there was no doubt, he said, "Quick! Go back and tell Leader Devers that the enemy camp is in serious internal strife and is temporarily unable to send reinforcements." The Devers did not know that there was an internal strife in the Lucania camp. He was now worried about the stalemate in front of him. Even though the Lucania soldiers were not fully equipped, lacked physical strength, and were slippery due to frequent trampling, the river became muddy, they were still like the tide in the sea, crashing wave after wave against the Greek defense line. Their bravery was also stimulated by the screams of their compatriots. Even if they were stabbed by a bayonet, they would not let go. When they were knocked down by a round shield, they would desperately hook onto the feet of the Greek soldiers before they slid down the slope. The Greek defense line in the north was crumbling. "Report, Leader Dracos has fallen." "What?" The Devers was shocked. At the back of the heavy infantry line, he could already feel the commotion of the mercenaries in front, and this commotion was spreading. "Let Akita send 300 people to support the north." The Devers said anxiously, "Leader, you have given this order before. Tarentum has no soldiers to send at all. They are also in a difficult situation." Assists reminded. "Is that so?" The Devers rubbed his face with his hands. This was the first time he independently commanded such a large battle. It was related to the future of him and the soldiers, so he was a little nervous. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then he decisively ordered, "Order the slave team and the light shield soldiers to enter the battle." Then he looked back at Marcius. "It's our turn." Marcius excitedly slapped the round shield with his saber. The guards also put down their spears, drew their sabers, and roared loudly. With their rich experience, they knew that in such a crowded battlefield, long weapons were no longer effective. Devers took the lead and rushed forward. Marcius's guards followed closely behind and quickly protected his left and right sides. Assists raised the military flag and followed behind the Devers. The fluttering flag caused the mercenaries who were beginning to scatter to hesitate in their footsteps. It also gave the Lucanians who were charging randomly a target, and they gradually surged towards the Devers. The pressure on the other lines of defense was slightly relieved, but the impact on the Devers suddenly increased at this moment. The bronze horn continued to sound. Although the soldiers with light shields were numb from throwing javelins so frequently, they did not hesitate to raise their shields and long-handled reverse-blade blades under Epthenus and Xpit's lead and rushed forward to block the gap in the mercenaries' defense line. And the slave soldiers could not wait any longer, because the Devers had promised them that as long as they won the battle, they would be free. So when the order came, they shouted, "For freedom!" With their abundant physical strength and high fighting spirit, they who had no combat skills forcibly drove some of the enemies who had broken through the defense line down the slope. At the same time, some mercenaries were also pushed down by them. The group, led by Mirzas, was also shouting for freedom. Under the lead of the veteran mercenaries, not only did the 1,000 slaves quickly reach where Felicius was, they also went around the front of the entangled and chaotic battle between the two groups, striking the enemy's flank and rear with all their might like a hammer. Akapairu and the other two leaders, who were worrying about the battle in the rear, were the first to bear the brunt. The few guards around them could not stop the fierce attack of the excited slaves. Why? Why hasn't Sinsing arrived yet? Akapiru shouted angrily, "Leader, let's retreat. We won't be able to leave if we delay any longer." His subordinate anxiously advised, "Retreat? Leaving nearly 10,000 warriors here." How could Akapiru be willing to do that? He still wanted to persist, but he heard a sorrowful cry not far away, "Leader! Leader!" It turned out that the leader of Nudum, Utara, had been hit by several spears and had fallen to the ground. Akapiru finally stopped hesitating. Under the desperate protection of his subordinates, Akapiru and the leader of Laos, Tura, fled west in panic with dozens of people. The remaining 500 Lucanian warriors were surrounded like dumplings. At this time, Led's cavalry had just rushed back to the battle site and shouted, "There is internal strife in the enemy camp. Reinforcements will not come for the time being." The good news boosted the morale of the mercenaries, and the Lucanian soldiers who could understand Greek were shocked. The Lucanians were the neighbors of the Greek city-states. Although they were enemies, they also traded with each other, so there were many people who could understand Greek. Coupled with the fact that their leader had deserted, the morale of the Lucanians plummeted. The mercenaries and slave soldiers attacked from the front and back, and the 500 Lucanian warriors were either killed or fled. The combined troops did not rest. Felicius ordered the slave soldiers and mercenaries, led by mercers, to reinforce the western defensive line at top speed. At this time, the situation of the western line of defense was worse than the northern line of defense. The troops led by Capys were limited, and the thin line of defense was broken through in many places by the surging flow of people. Capys, Antonius, and Alexis, along with the other soldiers, armed with shields and spears, went into battle. According to the military law established by divers, unless there were special circumstances, company captains were not allowed to personally engage the enemy in battle. This was to prevent losing control of command. At this critical moment, Felicius arrived with his team, and the addition of nearly 2,000 people finally stabilized the line of defense. The battle lasted for more than an hour, and the impact of the Lucanian tribal coalition on the line of defense began to weaken. The entire riverbank was filled with warriors who had been injured by spears, javelins, arrows, flying stones, and even their own tribesmen. Moans, wails, and cries were endless, and the sounds are getting louder and louder. But the number of tribal warriors still fighting was decreasing. More and more warriors saw that there was no hope of breaking through, and turned to cross the Tino River to escape to the hot spring swamp. In the end, they were either washed away by the river, or their feet were stuck in the mud of the swamp, unable to move. At this time, the Devers saw that the time was ripe and resolutely gave the order to attack. The brass horn sounded loudly and urgently. Under the stimulation of the impending victory, the already exhausted Greek soldiers, under the leadership of the Devers, Archita, Felicius, and other generals, launched their final attack on the enemies who had almost lost the ability to resist downslope. The Lucanian warriors could not resist and retreated repeatedly. In the end, other than a small number of warriors who surrendered, the rest were either killed or forced into the Tino River and the hot spring swamp. Dying under the long-range attacks of arrows and javelins, the Devers independently commanded the first large-scale battle in their long military career, the Battle of the Great River Beach, later known as the Battle of the Hot Spring Swamp. With about 7,500 mixed troops, including slaves, against more than 9,000 people of the Lucanian tribal coalition, the final result was that the Greek army suffered more than 1,000 casualties. Half of them were slaves, and the Lucanian tribal coalition of more than 9,000 people, except for more than 400 who surrendered. The Devers obtained a complete victory. The corpses of the entire Great River Beach were piled up like a mountain, and blood flowed like a river. The efforts of Sinsing, Nainath, and the others were ultimately in vain. Picassus's defeat was irreversible. In the end, they took more than 200 people and fled from the camp in a sorry state. They watched helplessly as the fire burned the camp that stretched for several miles into ashes. Chapter 97. Great leader, when Akbalu comes back and sees this, he will probably go crazy. Saru stood at the entrance of the mountain and looked at the camp that was still burning. He was indescribably happy. So what? Even if Akbalu goes crazy, he can still command the army and break through Vega City. Sidoram said worriedly. He was angry that Saru had taken the initiative to attack Picassus and forced him to take action. Vega City is not that easy to attack. As long as we build a defense on the mountain path, they will attack from above. It's hard to say if they can reach Vega City. Saru also complained. We shouldn't have given in to their threats and joined this damn alliance. Saru, it's easy for you to say. The Laos are very familiar with our terrain, and we don't have any backup. We don't have enough food, and we can't afford to fight this war. Sidoram expressed his helplessness. Great leader, don't worry. I don't think the Lucanian tribal alliance will be able to come back. Saru comforted Sidoram confidently. Didn't you hear what Akbala said before? The Lucanians were ambushed and even had to come back to call for backup. It's obvious that the situation is very bad. I hope that's the case. Sidoram sighed and said solemnly, what we need to do now is to immediately return to Vega City and gather the tribesmen to strengthen the defense. At the same time, send people to Cosenza and ask for help. Ask for help from Cosenza. Saru was very surprised. These days I've thought about it. If the Brudi still fight with each other like before, the Lucanians and Greeks will always bully us. Sidoram said in a low voice, yes, we should join forces with Cosenza, just like the Lucanian tribal alliance. Saru was still young and did not have a deep hatred for the other tribes of Brudi. Sidoram did not speak. He was thinking about something. At this time Saru said excitedly, great leader, since we have become enemies with the Lucanians, when we pass by Laos, shouldn't we take the opportunity to rob them? I think you've lost your mind. If you don't cherish the lives of your people, do you still deserve to be a leader? Was Laos Avanogis so easy to provoke? It's already a problem for us to cross the lower reaches of the Lao River without arousing their suspicion, and you're actually thinking of robbing them. Sidoram scolded and finally made the excited young leader lower his head. After walking for a while, he couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that the defeated Turiai would still be able to ambush the allied forces of the Lucanian tribes. Could it be that they received reinforcements from Tarantum or Clotho? Sidoram did not reply. Instead, he turned around and looked at the billowing smoke in the sky. He could not help but think excitedly, if the Lucanian alliance really suffered heavy losses in the ambush of the Greeks, then the situation in this area will change greatly. What should the Whigs do? Sinsing led his remaining clansmen and retreated eastward. In his grief and indignation, he only had one thought in his mind: find Akbalu and lead his army to exterminate Vig City and avenge his dead clansmen. On the way, they met Akbalu's defeated troops. Akbalu hoped to return to the camp quickly and get reinforcements to salvage the situation. When he heard the bad news from Sinsing that the Whigs rebelled, Picassus suffered heavy casualties, and the camp was burned to ashes by fire. He was so anxious that he fainted on the spot. Sinsing also heard that more than 9,000 soldiers were ambushed by the Greeks, and it was still unknown whether they were dead or alive. He was stunned on the spot. The generals in the Turiai City Hall received a report from the sentries on the city wall in the morning. A large army was suspected to be on the move outside the city. When the morning fog dispersed, the scouts went out to investigate and soon came back with a report. There was nothing unusual around Turiai City, but the mercenary camp was almost empty. The generals were shocked. Last night, Burkos came back and said that the mercenaries were willing to stay. For this reason, Turiai City was busy for the night, preparing the materials for these greedy mercenaries. Who would have thought that these untrustworthy mercenaries would escape in the middle of the night? The generals scolded the mercenaries, and some even suggested that warships should be sent to the sea to search for traces of them and give them a heavy blow to urge them to return. At this time, the scouts that went to the west returned. What? The mercenaries joined forces with the Tarantamu reinforcements to attack the Lucanian army. Kunigarata couldn't believe his ears. The generals in the city hall were in an uproar. Neonices cursed. The Devers are crazy, trying to destroy Turiai's hope. Yes, after losing the protection of the mercenaries, Turiai city will face the attack of the Lucanians alone. What should we do? Polixus said worriedly. Kunigarata said decisively, send out Burkos immediately and persuade the mercenaries to return at all costs. Turiai will not allow them to mess around. However, Burkos returned without success. Dabes, who had always been kind to him, firmly refused his request. He even sent people to chase away Burkos, who was still begging bitterly, and let him return to the city to wait for the news of victory. I think the Devers are very confident in defeating the Lucanians. Should we believe in them? Burkos comforted the generals, but in fact he himself was very doubtful. His words immediately caused the generals to scold him. Kunigarata criticized him for not being a good judge of character. Because of their friendship, Polixus didn't directly criticize him, but complained that the mercenaries were untrained wolves and didn't keep their promises. Neonices angrily accused him of wasting the national treasury's money and resources, and found a group of mercenaries, but they didn't do anything. He threatened to propose a trial in the council. The Turiai generals spent the whole morning complaining, cursing, and feeling uneasy, but they didn't have the courage to send out the only 2,000 soldiers in Turiai to help in the battle. In the afternoon, the sentries on the Turiai walls heard the rumbling of footsteps again. The scouts sent out saw the mercenaries returning. Although they looked like they were in tatters, covered in blood, and were supporting their injured comrades, they didn't look defeated. Instead, they were full of energy, talking and laughing loudly all the way. In the team, there were more than a dozen carts full of armor and weapons, and many slaves were holding several sets of armor, shields, spears, and helmets. They also held their heads high and looked proud. At the back of the team, there were hundreds of naked men under the escort of the soldiers, walking obediently towards the mercenaries' camp. With one look at their messy long hair, it was obvious that they weren't Greeks. The scouts' hearts beat wildly. They guessed a possibility, an almost impossible possibility. At this moment, one of the mercenaries galloped towards them. He raised his hands to show that he didn't have a weapon, so as not to scare these Turiai away. The Turiai scouts didn't move. The mercenaries came in front of them, reined in the reins, raised their heads, and said proudly, "Our leader of the Devers wants you to tell the Turiai generals that our mercenaries and the reinforcements from Tarantum have wiped out the main force of the Lucanian army at the Big River. They have been driven out of Turiai territory by us." You really defeated the Lucanians?" The scout asked in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Of course it's true. Why would we lie?" The mercenaries proudly pointed at the captives in the team and said, "Also, our leader wants me to remind you, Turiai, that the Big River is full of corpses. We hope you can quickly get rid of them. Otherwise, it's easy to cause a plague." Before the scouts reached the city, they waved their hands and shouted excitedly, "Victory! We won!" The Lucanians were wiped out. In the city hall, the generals were exhausted from the long period of uneasiness. Chapter 98. What's going on? Neonices asked in confusion. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open. A guard rushed in with a face full of joy. "Generals, the scouts are back. They said the mercenaries won. The Lucanian army has been destroyed. Is this true?" The generals could not believe their ears and asked in unison. "The scouts are right outside the door. They even went to the place where the mercenaries fought the Lucanians. They said the place was full of Lucanian corpses. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! They really won." Neonices murmured as if he was in a dream. "How did they do it?" Kunigarata had been to the battlefield yesterday, and the ferocity of the Lucanian soldiers still made him fearful. Moreover, he knew the difference in strength between the two sides, so the news of victory was like a miracle to him. What kind of people are the Devers? At this moment, Ansatanos was very interested to know more about this mysterious leader of the mercenaries. Polixis immediately remembered the smiling young man he saw on Bucco's ship. He didn't expect that this seemingly harmless young man would actually destroy the Lucaria Alliance army, which was regarded as a scourge in Tali, and save the city of Tali, which was in a precarious situation. He was a young man, but the mercenaries said that he was the blessed one of Hades. They also called him the creator of miracles. On the way back from Persia, Buccos, who had been criticized by the generals and had been staying in the city hall all this time, proudly recounted the heroic deeds he had heard about divers. There was only one voice in his heart that was raging and boiling. He did it. He really did it. The generals did not laugh at these seemingly ridiculous rumors, nor did they face Borco's jealous and excited gaze. They all strode out of the city hall. In the square of the city hall, countless women, children, and old people wearing black veils were in mourning. Their faces were full of sorrow, but at this moment they were cheering loudly for victory. Some people even cried, but those were tears of joy. The haze that shrouded the hearts of the tourists was now gone. The scouts also brought a message from the Devers. They hoped that the tourists would send men to clean up the battlefield and bury the corpses to prevent the plague. Out of caution, the generals decided to send someone to the battlefield to check it out. This time, Neoness personally led the team. When they arrived at the river bank, the scene in front of them made them gasp. The riverbank, including the hot spring swamp, had turned into a red river of blood. The blood was filled with naked corpses. The mercenaries had taken away the armors and weapons of the dead. It was like hell on earth. This is a horrifying miracle. Neansis was trembling all over. What a horrifying favored of Hades! In order to thank the Devers, Archita, as well as the leaders and generals such as Dracos, Adrianx, and Sesta for their contributions to the Turin, the generals and the council decided to send Bulcos to accompany Ansatanos to the mercenary camp and invite them to the city of Turin to participate in the victory celebration to receive the gratitude of the Turin people. At the same time, they also brought 100 jars of wine and 50 jars of olive oil to reward the soldiers. The group rushed to the camp excitedly, but they were stopped by the guard at the gate. The guard said that the leader and the soldiers were extremely tired after a day of fierce battle. Now most of them had fallen asleep to recover their energy, so the guards were informed not to let anyone enter to prevent accidents. Bulcos tried to persuade them again and again, but the guard insisted. Bulcos had been to the Devers camp several times before, so he knew that the military rules here were very strict. In addition, the camp was indeed unusually quiet, so the tourists had no choice but to leave. Then they found Archita. Archita received them happily, but when they explained the purpose of their visit, Archita looked troubled and said, "To tell you the truth, this victory is entirely due to the genius planning of the Devers. The reinforcements from Tarantum only assisted from the side. If the Devers don't go, of course, I can't go myself, lest I be ridiculed." Ansatanos had no choice but to invite them tomorrow. The mercenary soldiers were indeed ordered to rest, but the mercenary officers, as well as Adrianx and Sesta, were now gathered in the Devers' big tent. After receiving the report from the guard, the Devers smiled and said, "The tourists were wary of us like thieves before, and now they want to please us. Isn't it a little too late?" "Yeah, I hate the tourist faces. We didn't annihilate the Lacanians for them," Amintas said contemptuously. "It's just a pity to miss the tourist celebration. Maybe there are many beautiful tourists who are looking forward to the leader's visit." Oliver's words made everyone laugh. The Devers looked at him amusedly. "Why don't I give this opportunity to you?" "I can't." Olivers shook his head vigorously. "The tourists invited the famous Devers of the Lacanians, not a nobody like me. I'd better continue sleeping in the camp." Oliver's pretentious comical appearance caused everyone to burst into laughter again. Leader, we still need to maintain a good relationship with the tourists. After all, they will be our neighbors in the future, Felicius reminded. The Devers nodded. His eyes fell on Adrianx and Sesta, and he asked with concern, "How is Drax?" "He's much better under herpes treatment. He even told us to listen to your command," Sesta said gratefully. Adrianx also nodded. The Devers, of course, could tell that Sesta was using Dracos to express his obedience to the Devers. He immediately said, "That's great. We don't want to lose a warrior like Dracos." If it wasn't for him standing at the front of the defense line, blocking the enemy's attack and boosting the morale of the soldiers, the northern defense line would have been broken. After praising Dracos, he looked around and said in a deep voice, "I'll reiterate tonight's battle plan." Everyone immediately stopped joking and focused on the Devers. The Devers picked up a wooden stick and pointed at the wooden table. On the wooden table was a model of a city made of mud. "Tonight at 2 o'clock, the entire army will break camp and head to Amendola. After crossing the Cislino River, Helos. Yes. Don't let us build that stone wall for nothing. I hope your 10 days of training will be effective. Leader, don't worry," Helos said confidently. "The soldiers will use hooks and ropes to climb up the wall and open the gate in the shortest time possible." The Devers nodded and then said, "If we are discovered by the enemy, our sneak attack will be blocked. Capys, Antonio, your 2 companies will carry ladders. Alexis, your company will carry truncheons. Rush to the bottom of the city as fast as possible and attack." "Yes," the 3 of them answered without hesitation. "After the gate is opened, Amintas, your company will be the vanguard. Break through the enemy's defense line as fast as possible and kill your way into the city. Finally, it's my turn." Amintas grinned. "After entering the city, all troops will follow my previous plan. Under the guidance of the Amendolan guides, follow these 2 mountain roads and attack the top of the mountain quickly." The Devers pointed at a spot on the model of the city with a stick. According to the Amendolans, there aren't many large and flat places in this mountain city. There are only the Senate, the square, and the temple at the top of the mountain. So, these 3 places are most likely where the Lacanians imprisoned the Amendolan people and their own barracks. You must occupy these places as fast as possible. Is everyone clear? "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. At this moment, Alexis asked, "When can we light the torches?" "Good question." The Devers realized that he had missed an important detail. After some thought, he said, "When the gate is open or when the sneak attack fails, we can light the torches when we attack by force." Everyone, the Devers emphasized, "Tomorrow the Turiae may ask for our help to take back Amendolan, or the Lucanians may escape from Amendolan. So we can only do it tonight. Only when we take back Amendolan from the Lucanians will it become our trophy. Only then can we save ourselves a lot of trouble and become the true masters of Amendolan. So we can only succeed tonight." Chapter 99. Vespa did not expect things to turn out this way. Yesterday afternoon, when his messenger arrived at the Zabari plains, the Lucanian alliance had already retreated. Fearing an attack by the Greek army, they had no choice but to retreat to the city. Today, Vespa was waiting anxiously for the Lucanian alliance to arrive at the Zabari plains, but they did not come. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, the spy hurriedly reported that the Greek mercenaries had completely wiped out the Lucanian alliance at the big bank of the Tino River. Vespa was stupefied and terrified. He wanted nothing more than to run away from this terrifying mercenary army, as far away as possible. The powerful tribes of Lucania had suffered heavy losses, and their control over the surrounding tribes would inevitably weaken. Vespa's tribe should not be oppressed for the time being after returning to the Lucanian mountains. However, he could not bear to leave the city empty-handed. His people were so poor that they were afraid of losing the mountains of supplies. At this time, the spy's other words calmed him down. The Greeks had also suffered heavy losses, at least 1,000 casualties. Yes, after such a big battle. Did the Greeks not need to rest and reorganize? Vespasius scolded himself for being foolish. He ordered his people to start packing their luggage and loading supplies. Depending on the situation, they would be transported in batches. After a busy afternoon, the clansmen were so tired that they fell into a deep sleep at night. This delay was one of the little regrets of Vespa's life. But decades later, when his people and descendants talked about this day, they would all be glad that they did not leave immediately. Late at night, a full moon hung in the sky, bringing a glimmer of light to the dark night. The moonlight was like water, quietly shining on the Zabari plains. A long line of people silently advanced north of the coast, crossing the Zabari River, the abandoned vineyards, and the Saraceno River. Not only did they not slow down, they even picked up speed. Only when they crossed the Sisnu River did the entire army suddenly stop. Every warrior looked at the silhouetted city of Amandara in the distance, feeling very excited. The Devers took a deep breath to calm themselves down, then waved at Helos. The attack had begun. That night, Vespa had a good dream. He dreamed that he had not left Amendalar, but had lived there for many years. Every day, he would patrol his herds of cattle and sheep, wander among the olive trees full of fruit, and drink sweet wine. Great leader, this is bad. The Greeks have entered the city. The guard rushed in panic. What did you say? Vespa was startled. Early the next morning, Akita, who had just woken up from his sleep, received a strange news from the guards. The mercenaries who lived next to them had disappeared. He immediately went to check, and sure enough, there was no one there. Immediately Akita felt that something was wrong. Then he went to the Devers camp. There were people in the camp, but they were all the Devers supply camp, medical camp, wounded soldiers, women, and a large number of slaves, mainly from Turiai. They were all loading their luggage and preparing to leave. Archita strode forward and grabbed Mercies, who was shouting and commanding the slaves. Mercies, where did the Devers and his soldiers go? Mercies stammered and did not respond, which made him even more suspicious. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Akita, I'm really sorry. I came late and made you worry. Akita turned around and saw the Devers smiling. They looked a little tired, but seemed to be in a good mood. Where did your soldiers go? I have good news for you. The Devers dismounted and handed the reins to assistants. Then he said calmly, We took back Amendalar. When? Akita was shocked. Last night. They took down a mountain city in one night. Looking at the Devers' expression, they did not seem to be faking it. Attacking a city was a big problem for any city-state army. Yesterday's battle had already amazed Akita with the Devers' grand spirit, creative battle plans, extremely strong commanding ability, and the ability to combine different troops. The fact that they took down a mountain city in one night made Akita, who had many battle experiences, completely convinced. He smiled bitterly and said, Devers, you have completed another difficult mission. I'm really jealous. Akita's straightforwardness made the Devers laugh. In fact, we also relied on the blessing of the goddess of fate. The Lucanians' defense was lax and completely defenseless. Oh, I see. Akita was curious and wanted to listen to what he had to say. Unexpectedly, the Devers changed the topic and said solemnly, There's something I want to get the support of you and Tarantum. What is it? Akita looked at the serious expression of the Devers and was stunned. The Devers stared at him and said, word by word, We mercenaries want to become citizens of Amendalar. Akita was stunned again. He asked with uncertainty, All mercenaries? Are you serious? This is the wish of all mercenaries. The Devers said loudly in an unquestionable tone. Akita's expression became serious. He looked around. Whether it was Mirza's assistants or the busy guards, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at him with expectant eyes. Akita hurriedly turned his head and looked at the Devers. He said in a deep voice, It seems that taking down Amendalar was not a spur-of-the-moment move. Daphis did not answer directly. Instead, he said emotionally, Akita, you were born into a noble family in Tarantum and live a good life. You can't understand the situation of us mercenaries who wander around and have no control over our life and death. Having a home is our greatest desire. Akita was silent for a moment before asking, Does Archon Marchers of Amendalar agree? The day the Lacanians occupied Amendalar, he was seriously injured and died a few days later. The other Archon, Glat Baffler. Last night, when we attacked Amendalar, the people of Amendalar who were imprisoned in the Temple of Zeus at the top of the mountain, led by Glat Baffler, attacked the Lacanian guards before we even reached the top of the mountain. As a result, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. When we arrived, Glat Baffler was already dead, along with some members of the Senate. The Devers said in a heavy tone. Akita looked at the Devers, and the Devers continued calmly. According to our statistics, there are about 1,000 people who survived in Amendalar, and they are not in good health. Nearly half of them are old, and many of them are injured. Even if we leave, I'm afraid they won't be able to maintain the normal management and labor of Amendalar, let alone protect this mountain city. Akita understood. The Devers not only wanted the mercenaries to become citizens of Amendalar, but they also wanted to become the masters there. He was surprised by the Devers' ambition and said, You should ask for Turia's opinion first. After all, Amendalar is their ally. Akita, to be honest, Turia has suffered 2 crushing defeats and has lost a lot of strength. I'm afraid they don't have the ability to take care of Amendalar. Although the weak Amendalar is not rich, its position is still very important. I'm afraid it will also attract the attention of other forces. At least in our hands, we can defend it and are willing to become allies with Tarantum to maintain the security of this area and ensure that Heraclea will no longer be threatened by the indigenous people. The Devers solemnly promised. Akita was a little moved when he heard that. After all, Turia's performance in the war with Lucania was too poor and almost caused a disaster in this area. Therefore, he cautiously said, I don't have the right to decide whether you can have Amendalar or not. This needs to be approved by the Senate of Tarantum. I will immediately send someone to rush back to Tarantum by boat. I hope you will also send someone to go with you and express your wishes to the Senate of Tarantum. Thank you very much, Akita, the Devers said excitedly. My only regret is that you can no longer be a citizen of Tarantum, Akita said sincerely. The Devers was greatly moved and quickly said, But we will be allies. Maybe one day we will fight side by side again. Chapter 100. Although the Devers, Urchita, and the others did not participate, the tourist victory celebration was still held. The whole city temporarily suppressed their sadness and celebrated the hard-won victory. The banquet, held by the generals, lasted until late at night. Ansetanos, who had drunk countless bottles of wine, slept until the sun was high up in the sky. When he left the city, it was almost noon. When he arrived at the empty Devers camp, he was dumbfounded. Fortunately, they saw the reinforcements from Tarantum who were still stationed at the mercenary camp. Only then did they know that the mercenaries had gone to Armendalara. The mercenaries had taken over the city of Armendalara. The shocking news shocked Ansetanos and Bukos again. They immediately sped up and headed north, eager to see the Devers. Halfway there, Ansetanos suddenly stopped the team. Let's go back immediately. Why is that, General? Bukos asked, puzzled. Ansetanos, who had calmed down, sighed. The mercenaries were so anxious to take over Armendalara last night. Today, they even moved their slaves and supplies into Armendalara. What does this mean? Ah! Bukos exclaimed in surprise. Don't tell me they want to occupy Armendalara. Ansetanos nodded and said with some melancholy, More importantly, Urchita has also gone to Armendalara. What does this mean? Bukos immediately came to a realization after Ansetanos' reminder. He shouted in surprise again. Does Tarantum support the mercenaries to occupy Armendalara? Maybe it's just Urchita's personal wish. Ansitanos was comforting Bukos and himself. He smiled bitterly. If Tarantum really supports the mercenaries, can we, the Taurus, refuse? Tarantum and the mercenaries are heroes who saved the Taurus. Ansitanos sighed again with a worried expression. Sigh, but from now on, Tarantum's influence will cross Heraclea and approach the Sabari plain. Then what do we do now? Berks asked anxiously. Of course we'll go back and discuss our strategy before we come back, Ansitanos said, judging from his helpless expression. It was obvious that he did not think the Taurus had any good ideas for the mercenaries to occupy Amandera. On the way back to the city, he kept muttering to himself. Sigh, it's only been half a year and Turin has fallen to such a state. Teacher is right. War is the fastest way to change the rise and fall of a city. What Turin lacks now is military talents like Devers and Akita. Upon hearing this, Berks recalled that he hadn't had the time to invite the Devers to join the Turii. Now it seemed that even if he said it, the Devers wouldn't agree. He also recalled the scene of his trusted slave, Medas, leading the Devers to explore Amandura. Perhaps at that time, the Devers had already set their sights on this mountain city. Before the situation was clear, he actually began to plan for Amandera and finally succeeded. Was this luck? No. The victories of these two battles were won by the mercenaries he led. It was achieved by his own hard work step by step. Although the mercenaries' act of occupying Amandera infringed on the interests of the Taurus, Berks couldn't tell if he was more resentful or in awe. The Devers were accompanying Akita to visit Amandura. Akita listened to the Devers' narration of the capture of the mountain city last night while checking out the mercenaries' attack route and trying to use the rope hook with great interest. After entering the city gate, Akita saw most of the bloodstains along the way and the mercenaries patrolling every few steps. Their faces were filled with the same excitement and pride as the Devers. He hesitated again and decided to make a suggestion to the Devers. Devers, I think if you mercenaries want to successfully enter Amandura, it's best to get the consent of the citizens of Amandura. Okay, the Devers responded. Akita saw that he was being perfunctory. He thought about it and was ready to persuade him. If a city wants to have good order, not only must it have strict laws, but it must also be obeyed. After a long time, the law will become a good tradition of the city and become the natural cornerstone of the city's order, bringing stability to the people and development to the city. If it was destroyed from the beginning, Akita stopped and pointed at the strange pine tree that grew obliquely on the hillside and said meaningfully, just like this tree, it grew askew from the beginning. Later on, even if it tried its best to grow, it wouldn't be able to become a towering tree. Of course, the Devers understood the metaphor in Akita's words, causing him to fall into deep thought. China's historical tradition emphasized results. No matter what means were used, everything that had been done before would be forgiven and ultimately recognized. That was why there were such deep-rooted sayings as the winner is king and the loser is bandit, and the situation is urgent. However, the Devers, who graduated from the University of Political Science and Law in his previous life, knew that in the Republic of Rome, which was known as the Son of Law, the hundreds of years of inheritance had caused its laws and traditions to restrain the excesses of those in power. Even if there was a series of upheavals, it would not cause the country to be greatly shaken. For example, when Caesar crossed the Rubicon River, he did not allow his army to enter the city of Rome because it was a tradition. Antony, who doted on Cleopatra, did not agree to her request to incorporate the Jewish kingdom into Egypt because it was the duty of every citizen of Rome not to harm the interests of Rome. It was a tradition. Octavian, who held great power, did not turn the Republic of Rome into an empire because it was a deep-rooted tradition that the Senate and the citizens' assembly were the centers of power in Rome. He could only slowly change the institutions of power in Rome, bit by bit over the decades. However, when the commander of the imperial guards assassinated the extreme Emperor Caligula of Rome, whom he had been protecting since he was a child, It was a bad tradition that the imperial guards frequently assassinated the emperor of Rome. It would have been fine if the Devers was just a leader who only cared about immediate benefits and seeking temporary pleasure, but his ambitions were not limited to the small Amendola. Archita's advice was like a blow to his head. The actions of the mercenaries not only had to consider the feelings of the people of Amendola and be beneficial to their future rule, they also had to consider the feelings of the mercenaries as outsiders who had taken root in Great Greece and the feelings of the surrounding city-states towards them. Forceful actions were obviously unwelcome and could easily lead to isolation. The Devers decided to change his previous method of seeking quick success and instant benefits. At the same time, this reflection also changed his behavior and began to think from the perspective of a true Greek. Archita, thank you for the reminder. Out of gratitude to Archita, the Devers decided to immediately put one of his ideas into action. I heard that the Pythagorean school of thought is not in a good situation in Great Greece. Hearing this, Archita's face darkened slightly as he said with a complicated expression, "Yes. The people of many city-states in Great Greece do not agree with the philosophy of our school and use various means to suppress the members of the school, causing most of the disciples to have no choice but to leave Great Greece and settle down in Greece's mainland, Phelios. Now, only Tarentum remains tolerant of the school. I agree with your school's philosophy of all things are numbers. I think that if we use numbers to manage the city-states, it will definitely be more detailed and efficient. Also, your school encourages self-control, abstinence, purity, and obedience, which I also agree with very much. At the same time, you also dare to break the customs and allow women to participate in the study. That's a pioneering move." The Devers said sincerely, "If the mercenaries become the masters of Amendola, I will definitely invite the members of the Pythagorean school to come here to train students and establish an academy, with the city-states providing funding." The reason why Archita was so frank about the current situation of the Pythagorean school was because everyone in Great Greece knew about the Pythagorean school. Moreover, the Devers had also expressed his good impression of the school before, but he did not expect the Devers to have such a good impression of the school. For a moment he could not believe it. "Is what you said true? Do you want me to swear to the gods?" Chapter 101. When Cornelius was led into the Senate by the soldiers, he was both excited and nervous. Ever since Amendola was occupied by the Lucanians, Cornelius's life had been like hell for the past 6 months. During the day, he was held captive by the Lucarians, herding cattle and sheep, chopping trees, and carrying supplies. If he slacked off, he would be scolded, beaten, and even denied food. At night, he would be locked up in the temple of Zeus with the others. Although the temple was large, thousands of people were crammed together, eating, drinking, and urinating in it. The air was foul and the space was small. Children and adults often cried, and they could not sleep well at night. At the same time, the Lucanians only gave them half a full meal every day, which made their bodies weak. Many of them fell sick and died. During the long period of imprisonment, Cornelius, like the others, had exhausted all his physical and mental resistance. He had resigned himself to his fate, thinking that he would live like this until he quietly returned to the underworld. However, yesterday they were urgently gathered to prepare the carts and load the supplies. They were busy until night. Even the ferocious Lucarians had to do the work themselves. From their panicked expressions, Cornelius sensed something. Sure enough, the people who could speak Lucanian whispered to them that he had overheard the conversation of the Lucanians. They said things like, "The army of the Gramentum was destroyed by some Greek mercenaries. Those Greeks are all murderous beasts, very scary," and so on. This news made the people of Amendola excited. They saw the hope of escape. Late at night, many people tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Then they heard the faint sound of fighting. What happened? The sensitive people of Amendola got up and went to the entrance of the temple, peeking out through the crack of the door. The guards of Lucania panicked and shouted at each other in panic. The people in the temple could hear clearly. "The Greeks have entered the city." The people were excited. When the usually decisive consul, Great Baffler, saw the guards leaving, seemingly to reinforce the enemy fighting at the foot of the mountain, he immediately organized the people to fight back. The people of Amendalara, who hated the Lucarians, worked together to break open the gate. They swarmed in and used stones and fists to knock down the few remaining Lucanian guards who had lost their will to fight. As soon as the people left the temple, they ran into the Lucarians who had returned to reinforce them. In fact, the Lucanian warriors could not resist the attack of the mercenaries at all. In a moment of desperation, Wespa thought of the more than 1,000 Greek people imprisoned in the temple. Perhaps they could be used as hostages in exchange for the survival of his tribe. Unarmed and weak, the people of Amendalara were no match for the Lucarian warriors. However, they had just broken out of the cage, and reinforcements were coming. Filled with anger and hope, the people of Amendalara were unwilling to surrender again. In the end, Magistrate Grat Baffler was the first to die in battle. The strong citizens who were charging at the front were almost all gone. Just when the Lucarians could no longer control their bloodthirst and were about to kill the remaining trembling citizens of Amendalara, the Greek mercenaries arrived. In front of the people of Amendalara, these strong and burly soldiers showed their might. In an instant, they killed the ferocious enemies and forced them to kneel and surrender. When these murderous soldiers walked towards the people of Amendalara, the people of Amendalara could not help but tremble. They didn't expect that these soldiers would help them up with concern, prepare clean beds, and serve them steaming hot oatmeal. There was also a doctor who carefully examined their bodies and treated their wounds. It was like entering Elysium from hell. Cornelis shed tears of gratitude more than once. Like the others, he began to inquire about the origins of this team that fought valiantly and were full of love for their compatriots. The soldiers, doctors, women who were called nurses by the soldiers, and slaves did not shy away from telling the people everything about themselves. Therefore, Cornelis knew that this Greek troop came from Asia Minor. Under the leadership of Prince Cyrus the Younger of Persia, they went deep into Persia and fought against the army of the king of Persia. Then they fought for thousands of miles and returned safely to Byzantium. They accepted the employment of the Turii and came to Greece. After the defeat of the Turii, the mercenaries joined forces with the reinforcements from Tarentum and annihilated the allied forces of the Lucanian tribes. Then, without any rest, they attacked Amendalara that night and saved the people. The story of the mercenaries was as legendary and fascinating as the epic Odyssey. What made Cornelis even more amazed was the leader of the mercenaries, the Devers. According to the soldiers, this young leader was originally just an ordinary soldier with nothing special about him. However, when he fought with the army of the king of Persia, he fell unconscious and woke up. Not only did his personality change drastically, but he also became intelligent and solved many problems. The soldiers all thought that he was favored by Hades, the king of the underworld, and that he became different. Thus, they elected him as their leader. The Devers did not disappoint them and created one miracle after another. He led the soldiers out of the siege and returned to Greece. He also went against everyone's opinion and accepted the invitation of the Turii. When they lost the battle and everyone was pessimistic and lost, he resolutely attacked the powerful Lucanian army and annihilated the enemy with a great disparity in strength, creating an almost impossible miracle. Then, when everyone thought that the mercenaries needed rest after the war, he launched another attack on Amendalara within a day. Therefore, when the mercenary told Cornelis that the leader of the Devers wanted to see him, he could not wait to see this young leader who led such a unique army and was respected and admired by the soldiers. He was called the Blessed One, the Child of Miracles, and our Devers. As soon as he entered the hall, a young man with a smile on his face greeted him warmly. "Lord Cornelis!" Cornelis was stunned. "You are." The guard who led the way said proudly, "This is our leader of the Devers." Although he knew from the mercenary that the Devers were young, when he stood in front of him in person, Cornelis was still surprised by how young and easygoing he was. He was not at all like the experienced mercenary leader that he had imagined. He momentarily lost his composure. The Devers were also sizing up the elder of the Senate of Amendalar. It was said that his family was one of the founders of Amendalar more than 200 years ago. It had continued to this day and had produced countless consuls and elders. It could be said to be a prestigious family in Amendalar. Although Cornelius was only an elder, he was kind and willing to help others. He had a high reputation among the people, which was why the Devers chose him first. Looking at the middle-aged man who was emaciated because of the long period of imprisonment, the Devers asked with concern, "I heard that you were injured last night. Are you feeling better now?" Cornelius touched the bandage on his abdomen and said gratefully, "Much better, much better. Your doctor's medical skills are very high. Leader of the Devers, thank you for coming in time last night. Otherwise, we would all be dead." The Devers' heart skipped a beat. They looked at Cornelius carefully. His sincere expression did not seem to be fake. Last night, when he learned that the Lucanians had a fierce battle with the people of Amendalar at the temple, they deliberately slowed down their attack, causing most of the young people of Amendalar to die in battle. He could not help but feel a little guilty, and quickly said, "Well, Lord Cornelius, I invited you here today because I have a message for you. We will be leaving soon." Cornelius was shocked. Why? Chapter 102. It's the Turii again. The selfish Turii. The damned Turii. May the goddess of misfortune curse them. Cornelius said through gritted teeth. The Devers could guess why a good man who had always been kind to others would hate them so much, Archita had told him. He pretended to be curious and asked, "Master Cornelius, I remember that the Turii and Amendalar are allies, but you seem to hate the Turii very much. The Turii threatened us to leave Amendalar temporarily to help them defend the city. Otherwise, if the Lucanians besieged Amendalar, they would not provide any help. At that time, considering that the Lucanians were invading from the south, the north was safe. We had no choice but to open the city gates with a large number of supplies, preparing to move to Turii. In the end, we were caught off guard by the Lucanians who risked their lives to float down from the Sini River. In the past 6 months, we have suffered a lot. The temple has been defiled, the women have been humiliated, the children have starved to death, and the citizens have been massacred." At this point, Cornelius had tears streaming down his face. All of this is because of the selfish decision of the Turii, but their city is still intact. Every one of us from Amendalar hates the Turii more than the Lucanians. Sigh. The Devers let out a long sigh, not knowing what to say. "I heard from your soldiers that it was your decision to take back Amendalar, not the order of the Turii?" Cornelius asked while wiping his tears. "That's right. That's good. We don't owe the Turii anything anymore. We will pay you double the amount they used to hire you as long as you stay." Cornelius said resolutely. The Devers said helplessly, "Why do you have to do this? We have 3,000 mercenaries, and the money and food we spend every month is not a small amount. Amendalar is not a rich city, and we have accepted your employment. When the time comes, we will leave. We don't have a home. We have to go out and take on missions to earn money to make a living." Devers looked a little sad. His words reminded Cornelius, "If you don't have a home," he blurted out, "then stay." As soon as he said that, he seemed to be encouraged and said loudly, "Yes, all of you stay. Become a citizen of Amendalar." Before this, the square in Amendalar was used by the Lucaria people as the location of their military camp. It was also the only place where the mercenaries encountered any decent resistance in the city last night. This afternoon, the square had been cleaned up. Only the traces of blood on the marble floor indicated that a battle had taken place here. The survivors of Amendalar, except for the young children, gathered in the square, including women and teenagers. At this moment, standing on the wooden platform in the middle of the square were the 5 remaining famous citizens of Amendalar, led by Cornelius. Cornelius looked at almost all the citizens of Amendalar old and young, and most of them were women. Most of them had not recovered and even needed the help of mercenaries and doctors. He could not help but feel sad again. A year ago, Amendeler had 4,000 citizens. The citizens of a Greek city-state could only be adult males, and the total population was more than 10,000. Now, there were only 1,000 people left, mainly women and children. Not to mention protecting the country. They could not even complete the daily labor of planting wheat and herding cattle and sheep. This made him even more determined. Citizens, women, and children of Amendeler, I, Cornelis, a member of the Senate, have gathered everyone in the square today because there is an important matter that we need to decide together. More than 200 years ago, our ancestors left Cyprus and came here to build a city. For 200 years, with the nourishment of the Cislino River and the Brano River, and the protection of Mount Amendeler, we lived in peace and had abundant resources. Even when our mother Cyprus was destroyed, our land was never affected by the flames of war. But since last year, our citizens followed the tourists and invaded the Lacanian territory. Cornelis choked with sobs, and many people below the stage burst into tears. My wife did not want to be humiliated by the Lacarians, so she killed herself by hitting her head against a pillar. One of my children also died of an illness. All of you below the stage have had the same tragic experience as me. In 200 years, Amendeler has only experienced this one war, and this time Amendeler has almost become a thing of the past, just like our mother Cyprus. When we prayed day and night in the temple for Zeus' salvation, Zeus answered our call and sent our saviors. They are the mercenaries from the Ionian region of Greece, our compatriots. Cornelis pointed to the back of the crowd, where the Devers, some officers, and some soldiers, as well as the witness, Asita, who was dressed in casual clothes, were standing there, waiting quietly. They defeated the ferocious Lacarians, saved us from suffering, and took good care of us. To be honest, I have seen many mercenaries before, but they are completely different. They are like family. Cornelis' words won the approval of many people below the stage, especially the emotional women. But they are about to leave us, leave Greece. As soon as he said that, many people began to panic. If they leave, what should we do? Who will guarantee the safety of Amendeler? The tourists? Cornelis paused for a moment, and the crowd below the stage scolded. No, I would rather be destroyed by the Lacarians than be deceived by the tourists again. The selfish tourists are not allowed to enter the city of Amendeler again. Amidst the angry voices of the people, Cornelis took advantage of the situation and said loudly, "This painful lesson has taught us that we can only rely on ourselves to defend our own home. But Amendeler is very weak now, so what should we do?" Cornelis looked at the people below the stage and asked the same question again, causing them to ponder. The consul of Amendeler is dead. As a member of the Senate, I, Cornelis, am now proposing an important motion. I request to convene a citizens' assembly to vote on whether to pass it. As the number of citizens is too small now, and this matter concerns the interests of every Amendeler, I have specially requested for all Amendelers to participate in the vote. As soon as Cornelis finished speaking, before there was a commotion below the stage, the other 4 people on the stage expressed their support. Most of the women below the stage were excited to vote for the first time in their lives, so naturally the people who opposed the motion could not make a splash. I've heard from others that although Cornelis of Amendeler is a good person, he doesn't seem to have much of an opinion on political affairs. I didn't expect him to make such a shocking move today. Archita said to the Devers, half surprised and half suspicious. After all, letting women vote to decide the major matters of the city was unprecedented in the Greek city-states. Perhaps it had only happened in ancient times. Legend had it that the women's votes played a key role in making Athens the patron goddess of Athens. The Devers smiled and did not speak. Of course, it was his idea to let the women participate in the vote. Compared to the men who valued interests more, the women were more emotional and more eager to be protected by the strong. Facing the mercenaries who saved them and treated them kindly, Their choice was obvious. Since everyone has agreed to this, then my next suggestion is... Cornelis's gaze swept towards Divers and the others in the distance. Accept our benefactor, the mercenaries who saved Amyndola, as citizens of Amyndola. Then we won't have to worry about the safety of the city anymore. The people below the stage were in an uproar. After all, it was not easy for a free person to become a citizen of a Greek city-state, let alone accepting more than 3,000 people as citizens at once. This was very rare. Greece was not Rome, after all. Chapter 103. Looking at the countless raised right arms in front of him, Urchita was both happy and regretful. Devers, your wish has come true. Congratulations. The Devers breathed a sigh of relief and said, sincerely, thank you. I also sincerely hope that the Tarentum Senate will agree to my proposal. Then we can become allies. There were a total of 1,382 people who voted on this motion. 1,076 people agreed and 306 people objected. The motion is passed. I declare. After Cornelis heard the result, his emotions were a little complicated at first, but he soon felt relieved. He shouted with all his strength. From now on, all mercenaries are citizens of Amyndola. As soon as Cornelis finished speaking, the soldiers around the Devers cheered thunderously. The Devers were hugged by the excited officers again and again. The most common sentence they heard was, Chief, we have a home. Hearing this, the Devers were a little dazed. Home. Unfortunately, my real home is not in this world. While the Amyndola Citizens' Assembly was being held, the Turii emissary group, still led by Ansatanos, arrived at the city gate of Amyndola. We are the emissaries of the Turii. We want to see your leader. Please open the gate. Berks shouted at the sentries on the city wall. Before the sentries could answer, a man jumped out from the side and shouted, Go back, Turii! Amyndola does not welcome you. Go back! Upon hearing this, the emissary delegation was a little angry. Even Ansatanos, who had always been gentle, shouted angrily, Rude mercenaries! Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've defeated the Lucarians. Ignore the laws of the Greek city-states and forcibly occupy their cities. The man sneered. Humph, what a selfless tone, as if you really care about the life and death of the Amyndola people. Open your eyes and look clearly. I'm an Amyndola citizen who has lived here since I was a child. Ansatanos was stunned, but Berks recognized him. After all, he was a merchant who often came to Amyndola to trade and knew many people. It's you, Antichris. You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Antichris's words were full of resentment. Thanks to you, Turris, the Lucanians chopped off my right hand, but fortunately I survived. Most of my neighbors, my comrades in arms, are dead because of your selfish demands and compulsions to move to that accursed city of Turii, only to be ambushed by the Lucanians when they were unprepared. The suffering of Amyndola is due to the Turii. From now on, the tourists are not welcome here. This is not my personal wish, but the common wish of all the surviving Amendrins. Buccos was stunned, Ansatanos was stunned, and the emissaries were stunned. They did not expect the citizens of Amyndola to treat them like this. Although Amyndola and the tourists were allies, there was a huge disparity in their strength. The tourists had more than 20,000 citizens, and the total population was about 100,000. Including the freedmen, there are close to 140,000, and this did not include the slaves. Amyndola's population was only about 10,000 people at most. Therefore, the tourists treated Amyndola more like their own city and rarely considered the feelings of the other. When the tourists received the news that Amyndola had been conquered by the Lucanians, other than expressing regret, they were also worried about whether it would threaten the northern part of the Sabari Plains. When the citizens of Amyndola who had just escaped asked the tourists to reclaim their lost land, the tourists ignored them because they were preoccupied with defending against the Lucanians' attack. Now, when they realized how deep the resentment of the citizens of Amendola was, they were shocked beyond words. Don't even think about asking for anything from Amendola, and Amendola will never listen to you. Did you hear the cheers? Antichrist laughed maniacally and patted the sentry's shoulder with his left hand. The people of Amendola have voted to accept all the mercenaries as citizens of Amendola. Therefore, they did not take over Amendola by force. They have legally become citizens of Amendola. I heard that the Lucanian army that defeated the terrorists twice was annihilated by the mercenaries. I think anyone who wants to invade Amendola in the future will have to have a taste of our new citizen shields and spears first. The threat in Antichrist words made the emissaries' expressions turn ugly. As Antichrist laughed, the tourist emissaries returned angrily. Antichrist stopped laughing and turned to look at the sentry beside him in a good mood. When the sentry felt his hair stand on end, Antichrist showed a satisfied expression and asked, "What's your name?" "Trotitus. Where are you from?" "I'm Thessaly, from the same hometown as the leader of the Devers." "How old are you?" 28. After asking a series of questions, Antichrist went straight to the point and said to the confused sentinel, "I have 2 daughters. One is 21 years old, good-looking, her husband is dead, and she has a 2-year-old son. The other is only 16 years old, and she's not engaged. Choose one to be my son-in-law. Make your choice tonight, and I'll bring you to my house to get married tomorrow." Trotitus was instantly dumbfounded. The other sentry went up to congratulate him, and one shamelessly said, "Antichrist, you have 2 daughters. Why don't you let me be your other son-in-law?" The people on the city wall laughed. The tourist emissaries groaned. "Who's that Antichrist?" Ansatanos asked in a low voice. "A noble of Amendola. He used to be the captain of the patrol team and the captain of the fire brigade," Buckos answered. Ansatanos replied with an "Oh," and did not say anything else. "General, although the Amendorians have a problem with the tourists, I know the leader of the mercenaries, the Devers. Although he's young, he's very steady and has a good impression of the tourists. Besides, we have an employment agreement with him, so he won't be easily instigated by the Amendorians. I believe that after some time, when the Amendorians have calmed down, we can still have a good talk with them," Buckos comforted. "I hope so." Ansatanos sighed. "The mercenaries are now legally citizens of Amendola, and our protest is ineffective. Given the current situation, we have to go back and discuss a new strategy." "Sigh. Buckos, do you know what I'm thinking?" "I don't know." "My teacher once said, after the Greco-Persian War, Sparta was arrogant and treated its neighbors harshly and inhumanely. Therefore, the Greek city-states distanced themselves from Sparta and went to deal with the Kinder Athens, which eventually led to the formation of the Tino alliance." As Ansatanos pondered, he blamed himself painfully. Is Artali's method really too overbearing? It's not a good sign to pretend to be arrogant when we don't have powerful strength, right? After the referendum, the women and children left the square, and Cornelis asked Archita to leave because the real citizens' assembly of Amendola was about to begin. Other than the patrolling sentries on the city wall and the soldiers guarding the prisoners, there were 512 original citizens of Amendola and 2,920 newly promoted citizens, including 1,837 Devers mercenaries and 1,083 other mercenaries. In the square, totaling 3,432 citizens of Amendola. Chapter 104. The highest authority in both Athens and Amendola is the General Assembly, which allows all citizens to participate. It decides on the laws, military affairs, foreign affairs, and other important matters of the city-state. Athens has the 10 general system, and Amendola has 2 archons who manage the internal affairs of the city-state and serve as the commander of the army during wartime. They are elected by the General Assembly every year. Athens has a council of 500 people, and Amendola has a senate of 100 people. The members of the Senate are also elected by the General Assembly every year. They propose bills and are responsible for the execution and trial of the city-state's laws. They also assist the Archon in managing the city-state, as well as ordinary foreign affairs. Originally, the election of the Archon was held in June every year. The Archon was applied for by the Archon, nominated by the Senate, and elected by the General Assembly. But now Amendalar has gone through war, and there are many things waiting to be done. They urgently need to elect an Archon to lead the people to rebuild their homeland, so they made an exception and held it today. I would like to invite the former mercenary chief Devers and the main officers to come up to the stage to discuss and list the candidates for the Archon. As soon as Cornelis finished speaking, the new citizens, former mercenaries, below the stage were getting impatient. Why are we still choosing candidates? The Archon of Amendalar can only be our chief Devers. Someone shouted in the crowd, and the new citizens immediately agreed. Yes, we won't choose anyone other than the chief Devers. Only the Devers can lead us to continue creating miracles. The chief Devers is a victorious commander. With him, we don't have to worry about failure. The chief Devers will be the Archon. Devers, Devers, Devers. The thousands of new citizens in the venue shouted the names of the Devers in unison. It was quite a sight. It was the first time Cornelis had encountered such a situation, and he couldn't help but panic. He immediately looked at the Devers below the stage for help. Devers smiled and said something to Assists. Assists immediately ran to the back of the square. Soon, the loud sound of a bronze horn resounded in the square. The former Devers and mercenaries immediately calmed down, and the other mercenaries gradually stopped shouting. Cornelis was secretly shocked by the Devers' strong appeal. It seemed that the Devers would definitely become the consul, so the other consul should be chosen from the original citizens of Amendola. While Cornelis was anxiously trying to think of how to speak, someone in the crowd shouted, "Brothers, although we have elected the leader of the Devers as consul, don't forget that he still has to share power with another person. Next year, a new consul will be elected. Who can be better than the leader of the Devers? Who could create more miracles than the leader of the Devers? Who else could command the battle better than the leader of the Devers? Who else is more favored by the gods than Devers? Nobody's here. Nobody's here." The new citizens shouted again, "Are you willing to let a strange, incompetent person rule you?" Another person shouted, "No." This was exactly what the mercenaries were worried about. Brothers, think about it carefully. Is democracy really good? Think about Athens. It was once the most powerful city in Greece, but it was destroyed by a group of incompetent politicians. Think about the city-states we passed through in the Yolkstar Ocean. They are also democracies, but their governance of the city-states is terrible. An army must listen to the command of a wise general to win a battle. If a city wants to be strong, of course, it should follow this principle. Brothers, in the past year we have experienced many difficulties, but we have also gained a lot of knowledge. We have seen the vastness of Persia, the tyranny of Sparta, and the bullying of Turris. Do you want to enjoy freedom under a democratic system and live a life of bullying? Or do you want to become strong under the leadership of the leader of the Devers? Soldiers, tell us your choice. Looking at Olivers, who was waving his arms and shouting in the crowd, the Devers nodded slightly. The Devers as king. A shout came from the crowd. Cornelis and the other 5 people on the stage, as well as the native citizens of Amendalara, were all shocked. Sesta and Adrianx turned to look at the Devers not far away, as well as Antonios, Capys, Amintes, and the other senior officers of the mercenary army. All of them looked calm. If they were more familiar with the Devers, they would realize that the people leading the soldiers in the square were Helos, Matones, Olivers, and the other members of Helos' team. Sesta and Adrianx looked at each other and then fell silent. Following that shout, the entire square suddenly fell into a terrible silence. But soon the new citizens also began to shout, "The Devers as king!" At first it was sparse, but in the end it became more and more uniform and loud. Cornelis and the other 5 people looked at each other. One of the old men wanted to rush out, but was held back by his left and right. In the end, he gave up. Facing the pressure of thousands of people below the stage, no one dared to summon the courage to step forward and shout, "You are wrong. Amyndolara will never allow anyone to be elected as king. The laws of Amyndolara won't allow it. The citizens of Amyndolara will never allow it." The reason they were able to live until now, instead of dying in the hands of the Lucanians like the other citizens of Amyndolara, was because they were not brave enough. That was also the reason why the Devers had chosen them. Most of the original citizens of Amyndolara below the stage were old, weak, sick, and disabled. They had neither the will nor the ability to fight against the mercenaries. Cornelis suddenly regretted agreeing to let the mercenaries join Amyndolara, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much. He once again looked at the Devers with pleading eyes. The Devers saw that the time was ripe. He calmly walked up to the stage. When the new citizens saw him appear on the wooden stage, they became even more excited and shouted in unison, "The Devers as king! The Devers as king! The Devers as king!" Cornelis looked at the Devers with a complicated expression and moved to the center. The Devers looked at the dense crowd below the stage. The loud voices almost squeezed his ears, but he calmly pressed his hands down. The square gradually calmed down. "Soldiers, no, I should now call you the citizens of Amyndolara. When I left Byzantium, I told my officers that I will make you citizens of the city and let you have your own land. In less than 2 months, my promise was fulfilled. You used your sweat, blood, and fearless fighting spirit to win today's rewards. This is what you deserve. Congratulations, new citizens of Amyndolara. Victory!" The new citizens below the stage cheered excitedly, and some even shed tears. "Thank you very much for your trust in me. You want to elect me as the king of Amyndolara. To me, becoming a king doesn't mean that I have the power to bully the citizens and gain benefits for myself. Instead, it means that I have a greater responsibility to let the citizens of Amyndolara live a happier life. I want our city to be stronger and not be bullied by others, although I have the confidence to do it." The Devers paused. Cornelis was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. "I still have to apologize to you. I can't be the king." As soon as he said that, the people on the stage heaved a sigh of relief. But the new citizens below the stage were in an uproar. "Why?" the new citizens asked. Chapter 105. Cornelis and the other 5 nodded at the Devers' words. They all felt that the Devers were calm and clear-headed, and that it would not be a problem for him to become a consul. The new citizens, on the other hand, were a little disappointed and sighed. At this moment, Helos shouted from the crowd, "Since he can't be a king, he can at least be a lifelong consul." Just like Dionysius of Syracuse, not only did Syracuse not become the enemy of the surrounding city-states, but they even sought help from Syracuse. Yes, let's be a lifelong consul. That way, we won't have to worry about a mediocre person ruling Amyndolara. Olivers also shouted, "Devers, lifelong consul." Matones, Georges, and the others continued to shout. The enthusiasm of the new citizens was ignited again. Hearing the waves of cheers, Cornelis was anxious. He wanted to tell these mercenaries who only knew how to kill that Dionysius of Syracuse had seized power through violence and bloodshed, and he was not elected by the citizens. Syracuse was the most powerful city-state in Greece, and the other city-states would not dare to be hostile to it. Facing the boiling crowd, Cornelis flinched again. He looked at the Devers again, hoping that the cool-headed young leader would reject the unreasonable demands of the soldiers again. However, the Devers said, "Since the citizens of Amyndolara have chosen me to be a lifelong consul, I accept the position you have given me. I accept the position you have given me. I swear to Hades that I will use all my wisdom and ability to lead you to make Amyndolara even more prosperous and powerful, and give you a better future." The crowd cheered. These free people who don't know anything. They have no idea what being a lifelong consul means. Cornelis, you have to persuade the young leader. Hearing his companions' panicked whispers, Cornelis mustered his courage and stepped forward. Devers. Amandalora has never had a lifetime consul. This is against Amandalora's laws and traditions. We must make them stop this farce. Devers turned around abruptly, his eyes shining. Farce? You call this a farce? Wasn't the citizens' assembly the highest authority in a city? Any bill doesn't have to be proposed by it, but it has to agree before it can be implemented, right? Were the people who were shouting under the stage citizens of Amendola? Weren't they far more than half? Did the resolution proposed and passed by them follow the legal procedures of a Mendeler? Devers's voice was like iron nails stabbing into Cornello's, and he could not resist at all. He stammered, but, or are you going to say to them, citizens, your proposal is wrong, we won't accept it? Devers sneered and continued. Cornelis looked at the dense, cheering crowd under the stage. He swallowed and subconsciously shrank back. Devers sneered and said to Cornelis, after the defeat of Athens, the model of democracy in the Greek city-states, some citizens had already begun to doubt the democratic system of government. The reason why Athens was able to promote the 30 tyrants was inseparable from their support. Many Greek city-states in the East had already begun to abandon the democratic system of government. Isn't the suffering of Amandalora today due to the bad effects of the democratic system of government? The Devers's voice was very loud. Not only Cornello's, but the other 5 citizens on the stage heard it clearly. All of them could not help but be speechless. Indeed, at that time, Consul Marcelli strongly advocated defending the city against the Lucanians and opposed leaving their hometown. Another consul, Glapbelow, was inclined to temporarily move to Turiae, and the people were thus divided into 2 factions. Under the situation where the 2 sides could not come to an agreement, some of the people did not wait for the decision to be reached and forcibly left Amandalora, including the few people led by Cornelis. In the end, in order to prevent division, the people of Amandalora had to pass a resolution and leave together. Guilt and fear struck him at the same time. Cornelis felt his throat dry up. He swallowed again and heard the terrible Devers solemnly say, "Don't worry, I swear to the Hades that your rights and interests will not only be protected, but will also be better." Just as the Devers made their promise to Cornelis and the others, someone under the stage said, "I agree with the Devers to be the life consul." "I agree too." The citizens expressed their agreement. Step by step, Cornelis made his way to the front desk. He didn't know what the consequences of his decision would be for a Mendeler. He only knew that if there was no result today, the furious mercenaries would smash a Mendeler into pieces. Cornelis, who was no longer in the mood to regret whether he had invited a wolf into the house, stood in front of the stage, calmed himself down, and reluctantly said, "The proposal for the Devers to be the life consul of Amandalora has been approved. From today onwards, the Devers will be the life consul of Amandalora until their souls return to Hades. Victory! Victory!" The new citizens under the stage cheered as if they had won a great battle, forming a sea of joy. Some of the former citizens of Amandalora were angry and cursed under their breath. Some were indifferent, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Some were cheering with the new citizen Sesta, and a few officers who had different opinions felt lost. But they still tried to squeeze out a smile. With a smile on his face, the Devers strode forward and said loudly, "As your newly appointed life consul, in order to better govern Amandalora, I propose that Cornelis be the adjutant." Agreed. Not only the excited new citizens, but many of the former citizens also cheered in unison. They thought that with Cornelis's help, this young and unfamiliar life consul would at least not do anything rash. But they did not know that Cornelis's mood had hit rock bottom. Cornelis did not do this entirely because Devers had changed the power structure of Amandalora and created a new position. It was mainly because he had hoped to elect another consul. Even if it was only once a year, he would at least be able to check and balance Divers' power. He did not expect that Divers would not give him this chance at all. He had directly erased the political tradition of Amyndolara of having two consul. The position of adjutant in Amyndolara sounded like it was subordinate to the consul. Divers was trying to dictate. To the Devers, after more than half a year of training and the knowledge of his previous life, he did not quite agree with the democratic system of the Greek city-states in this world, especially in this era of war. He was confident that ruling with himself as the leader and the others as his assistants was more effective than ruling with many people separately, and more powerful. After prior analysis and preparation, he believed that although the Greeks had a tradition of independence and freedom, the specific issues had to be looked at in detail, especially when it came to the special profession of mercenary. Due to the long years of war, they were used to obedience, or else they would not be able to win the war. The soldiers worshipped the generals who led them to victory, and the great reputation that the Devers had accumulated over the past half a year was enough for the soldiers to trust and entrust their lives to them. Furthermore, after their previous experience in Persia, they had seen the vastness of the Persia Empire, and their views on monarchy and dictatorship were naturally different from the ordinary Greeks. Of course, if they were elected after half a year of peace, the situation would probably be different. After careful planning, the Devers finally achieved their goal. A life consul was actually a lifetime dictator. In his memory, in the history of Rome in his previous life, Sulla and Caesar seemed to have both held this position. Because he was afraid of causing resentment from other city-states, he changed the term from dictatorship to ruling as a cover. Looking at the cheering crowd below the stage, the Devers were filled with excitement and imagination. Under the sky in the west, the sun is about to set. After today, the old Amyndolara will be a thing of the past. Tomorrow, a new Amyndolara will be born. Note, the Devers won a foothold for themselves in the test of blood and fire. But Amyndolara is so insignificant among the thousands of city-states in the Mediterranean Sea. If the Devers want to achieve their ambitions, they still have a long way to go. In the process of developing themselves, they will also face more difficult and crueler tests. Chapter 106. At night, the Senate of Amendolar was ablaze with candles. The Devers, Cornelis, the 5 famous citizens who stood on the stage with Cornelis, Cesta, Adrianx, Capys, and the company captains led by Antonios, and even the Devers insisted on calling helps, mercies, leads, assists, and the division captains. Dozens of people gathered to discuss the rebuilding of Amendolar. As the only lifelong governor, the Devers naturally became the chief senator of the Senate. Sitting in the middle of the round chamber, he said, "Citizens, the rebuilding of Amendolar has many things to do, and time is of the essence. We must first complete the election of the Senate members." The Devers said solemnly, "The Senate, as an important authority of the city-state of Amendolar, is composed of the most experienced and wisest elites among the citizens of the city-state. It gives advice to the governor and nominates candidates for senior officials for the governor's approval. It supervises the operation of the city-state, from auditing the finances to the morals and customs of the citizens, and has the power to propose bills. The senior officials of the city-state are also elected from the Senate members. So the Senate senators must also have a certain level of administrative ability. This is something that you, who were once mercenaries, lack. Fortunately, Amendolar's population is small, so you must learn from practice and humbly seek advice from the respected old citizens, like Cornelis, a 20-year-old young man lecturing like an old man while a group of men in their 30s and 40s nodded seriously behind him. The scene did not amuse Cornelis. What surprised him was that this young man, who was said to be from a remote village in Thessaly and had never lived in a city, was so familiar with the political structure of Amendolar. Could he really be the so-called divine revelation of Hades? In a trance, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he neglected that the Devers had altered some of the functions of the Senate. Now I propose that Cornelis, Tritodemos, Strompoli, Scambras, and Raphael, 6 of them, be the Senate senators. Except for Cornelis, the other 5 were not. The Devers had given them a reward for their previous efforts in supporting the mercenaries and themselves, and at the same time they were fulfilling their promise. Except for Cornelius, the other 5 could not help but look happy. Agreed. The officers in the hall all raised their hands. They were not completely following Divers blindly, but also out of guilt. They had occupied his land and taken away his power, so they had to compensate him no matter what. As the leaders of the mercenaries, Sesta, Adrian, and Draco should enter the Senate, Divers continued. Agreed. Not only did the officers raise their hands to express their opinions, but the newly promoted senators also began to perform their duties. At this time, Sesta whispered a few words to Adrianx, stood up, walked to the center of the meeting room, and said loudly, Adrianx and Dracos have entrusted me to thank everyone here, especially the consul. We came to Greece with the intention of earning some money to make a living. We did not expect to become citizens of Amendola, let alone enter the Senate. This is the grace that the consul and everyone here have bestowed upon us. We have no way to repay them, but we will definitely contribute all of our strength to Amendola. The officers of the former mercenaries applauded with all their might. The Devers watched Sesta return to his seat. They had a new impression of this mercenary leader, whom they had only met a few times. Felicius, Antonius, Capys, Amintes, Alexis, Helos, Hieronymus, Agathia, Epitines, Xpit, Alpines, and Leds, the 12 senior officers of the mercenaries, and Mercis and Herpes, the 2 heads of their respective departments. I recommend them to become senators in the Senate, the Devers continued. Agreed. This time, the voices of agreement were even louder. The Devers' gaze swept across the familiar faces of Metones, Olivers, Assists, Geogres, and Marcius. He said calmly, As for the other team leaders and other personnel, I do not intend to recommend you to enter the Senate for now. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the back sighed, but no one dared to question the Devers' words. The Devers' expression did not change as he continued to explain, because most of you are still very young. When he said this, the Devers obviously did not include himself, and the others also thought it was natural. A few months ago, you were still soldiers and lacked experience in managing the city and handling political affairs. However, do not be discouraged. As long as you actively participate in the city's affairs and work hard to improve yourself, as I said before, the Senate will always open its doors to the outstanding citizens of the city. The Devers' words of encouragement lifted the spirits of the team leaders. The Devers then said to the new senators, although the senators in the Senate don't have a salary, they have an honorable status in the city. I hope that you will use your performance to prove that you are worthy of this high position. According to my previous discussion with Cornelius, once you enter the Senate, you will be a senator for life. This was the benefit that the Devers gave Cornelius and the others, and in fact, it was also what the Devers hoped for. However, I do not wish for it to be completely like this. I will discuss with you to formulate some rules for the senators in the Senate. Those who are not qualified for this position or violate the city's laws, I think they should voluntarily withdraw from the Senate or be removed from office by the Senate. When everyone heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. I think the election of the senators in the Senate will end here. Cornelius, do you have anything else to add? The Devers asked his adjutant politely. As the only former Senate senator in the hall, Cornelius did not have a chance to speak due to the Devers' forceful attitude. Now he felt the need to speak to the newbies. Everyone, first of all, I want to let you know that not only do the senators not have a salary, but the other administrative positions in Amendola do not even have the salary of an opal. It is an honor for every citizen to serve the city. Cornelius took the opportunity to educate the new citizens of Amendola. He then reminded the Devers, there are 100 senators in Amendola's Senate, and it is far from enough. If it is not enough, leave it idle for now. Fill it up when there is a suitable candidate in the future. The Devers interrupted him disapprovingly. He would not be bound by the traditional system of Amendola, nor did he want to listen to Cornelius preaching. At the same time, he believed that filling the number of senators in a hurry would only lower the quality and ability of the senators in the Senate. Moreover, there were more than 20 senators in the Senate, which was more than enough for Amendola's population of nearly 5,000. Cornelius opened his mouth, but he did not say anything else. What administrative positions are there in Amendola now? The Devers continued to ask him. The city governor. He is responsible for assisting the consul in managing the affairs of the city, maintaining order in the city, and in charge of litigation. Under his jurisdiction are the patrol team, the fire brigade, and the prison. This position changes every year. The Senate. Cornelius looked at the Devers, and the Devers stared back at him. He hesitated for a moment before changing his words. The Senate proposes candidates, and the consul makes the final decision. Chapter 107. Everyone agreed with the Devers' proposal, especially the new citizens. They were completely unfamiliar with Amendora's laws, so how could they be in charge of lawsuits? Now that mercenaries were pouring into Amendora in large numbers, there would definitely be conflicts with the locals. As a candidate approved by both sides, Cornelius should be able to mediate these conflicts. Cornelius smiled bitterly in his heart. It had only been less than half a day, and he had already been removed from his position as the adjutant. Although the jurisdiction of the city governor was larger than the newly appointed adjutant, the adjutant was still the assistant of the consul, and he still had some sense of checking and balancing the consul. The city governor, on the other hand, was completely under the consul. However, the Devers now had complete control of the Senate, and from the looks of it, although he was young, he seemed to be familiar with politics. Even Raphael and the others thought that he was more suitable for this position. What else could he say? I am willing to be the city governor. At this moment he had completely given in. The Devers glanced at him and smiled. Of course, Cornelius, you have a lot of things to do, especially the order of the city. So, we should give you a suitable patrol captain. As he spoke, he looked at the others. The next step is to elect a patrol captain. Although this is a low-level position, most of you have not held public office in the city. I suggest that you start from the bottom and accumulate experience. Everyone here, including the Senate elders, can recommend themselves. The Devers' words made everyone think. Consul, the patrol captain is already held by someone else. Cornelius reminded. Oh, who is it? Antichrist, he is also the fire chief. During his time in office, he was praised by the citizens. His right hand was cut off by the Lacarians, but it has recovered now. Since he is injured, if there is a conflict, he will not be able to intimidate the troublemakers. Let him only be the fire chief. Fire fighting and disaster relief was a huge matter for the citizens of a city-state, especially in Amendola. Fires and mudslides were terrible disasters, so the fire chief had a great responsibility. He really needed experienced and capable citizens to take on the role. I suggest that we add a deputy fire chief. You can also recommend yourselves to learn how to prevent disasters, the Devers said solemnly. Lord Consul, your words make sense. Cornelius had to admit that Devers had a deep understanding of the importance of the fire department in the mountain city of Amendola. Of course, he didn't know that Devers had been a village official in a mountain village in his previous life. Then, who is willing to be the patrol leader? As soon as the Devers finished speaking, two people immediately stood up. They were Sesta and Helos. Then, a few more people stood up. Devers thought about it and said, Sesta, most of the new citizens are former mercenaries who have participated in the Persia expedition. These soldiers have killed, looted, and done everything in Persia. Fortunately, there are military laws in the military camp, but now that they are back in the city, I'm afraid they won't be able to adapt and will cause trouble. You're not familiar with them, so I'm afraid they won't listen to you. That's why I recommend Helos as the patrol captain. Don't worry, Mr. Consul. I will assist Lord Cornelius in maintaining order in the city. Helos promised. Devers turned his head and asked, Cornelius, what do you think? I agree. Cornelius didn't hesitate. He could tell that Devers was determined to hold the only position in the city that had a little bit of military power in the hands of his own people. Sesta didn't show any disappointment. Instead, he requested again, "Then I applied to be the deputy fire chief." "Sure, I have no objections." Devers nodded. Being willing to do something was a good thing. Naturally, the appointment of the two people was approved. "Will there be a censor next?" Devers asked. "Yes." Cornelis nodded and saw that most of the people were laughing. Devers explained to Cornelis, who was a little confused. "When we were in Persia, there was a Sparta censor who led hundreds of Sparta soldiers to fight alongside us, so they thought they were familiar with this position. However, I think the censors in Sparta and Amendola are very different." "Why is that?" Olivers asked from the back. "Because the power of the Sparta censor is so great that he can supervise their king. The duties of Amendola's censor shouldn't reach that level," Devers explained. "Of course, even if there had been such a situation in the past, he wouldn't let it happen again. He can supervise the king?" Olivers and some people looked surprised. Cornelis was no longer surprised that Devers knew so much. He began to believe the mercenary rumor that Devers were God's favorites. The censor of Amendola is mainly responsible for reviewing the list of Senate senators, supervising the senators' tardiness and early departure during Senate meetings, supervising the morality of the citizens of the city, conducting citizen surveys, examining the expenditure of the city's public assets, managing public works. When Cornelis finished, everyone gasped. This censor of Amendola was also very powerful. Seeing that everyone was getting restless, Devers said, "Everyone, please note that it's not easy to be a censor. First, you need to be able to write reports. Second, you need to be able to count and understand financial reports." Devers didn't say that it didn't matter if the censor was illiterate or unable to count, as long as his slaves could. However, slaves who could read, write, and count were considered high-end goods in the slave market. Most people couldn't afford them, nor would they be willing to buy them. Hearing this, most of the people gave up on the idea. Most of the new citizens were born in poverty. It was good enough that they could read a few words. Writing reports and checking accounts were simply extravagant hopes. However, there were still people who stood up to recommend themselves. Antonios Alexis and the two nobles of Amendola, Raphael and Strompoli. Two company captains recommended themselves at the same time. Devers couldn't be biased, so everyone in the meeting held a vote for these four candidates. In the end, Antonios won. The reason was simple. Devers had promoted almost all the members of Helos's team to be team officers. Helos's team was led by Antonios back then, and he had a high EQ, so naturally he had the most votes. "Alexis, don't be discouraged. This position is chosen once a year. Next year, it might be your turn." Devers jokingly comforted her. Alexis wasn't depressed. Instead, she smiled and said, "There's no need to wait that long. I'll wait until Antonios can't do it anymore. I'll take it." Antonios glared. "Am I that bad?" The new citizens laughed, while Raphael and the other old citizens remained silent. Devers saw this. "In addition, we have a financial officer who is responsible for managing the treasury, collecting taxes, and public property, such as stone mines. At the same time, he is also responsible for managing the city's population." As soon as Cornelis finished speaking, Mercy stood up, followed by Raphael. In order to liven up the atmosphere, Devers smiled and said, "Olivers, why don't you recommend yourself?" Olivers shook his head vigorously. "My head hurts when it comes to counting. If the censor finds out that I collect too little tax, I can't afford to pay for it." Everyone laughed again. "I think Mercy's is the most suitable for this position. In the past, he was in charge of the supply camp, and the accounts of money and resources were very clear. There was basically no shortage or embezzlement, and no one complained about him." Olivers continued. Chapter 108. Cornelis finally understood. The Devers were trying to rebuild Amendolar's political structure. Since the Devers were already in control of Amendolar and the Senate, The only thing Cornelis could do was nod. Naturally, the appointment of the two was approved. Mr. Consul, Amendeler's treasury only has around 3,000 drachmas after we sorted out the resources we seized from the Lacanians. Mercies reminded him. Hey, he's already working as soon as he's been elected. Isn't this official too passionate? Epicthenes joked. Everyone laughed. 3,000 silver coins isn't even enough to buy one tallion. The Devers frowned and mumbled to himself. Cornelis felt his face burning. He quickly explained, Cornelis doesn't have a port, and not many merchants come to the city to trade. Many city-states have the stone mines we excavate. Only Heraclea buys some from us every year. It seems like we need to appoint a commercial officer to manage the trade and think of more ways to earn money for Amendeler, the Devers said. Mercy's eyes lit up. He immediately said, I recommend Marigi to be the commercial officer. Oh, you're on good terms with him now? The Devers was a little surprised. Actually, it wasn't that Mercy's and Marigi had improved their relationship, but Mercy's wouldn't go against money. Marigi really knew how to earn money, and she knew it very well. Marigi might be a Persia, but he's really good at business. He did a great job at the market next to our camp. Oliver's yelled from the back. I also agree with him being the commercial officer. I've been to that market, and it's really lively, Epicthenes added. Oliver's has his eyes on someone's daughter and wants to use the opportunity to please his future father-in-law. Matones joined in the fun, revealing Oliver's past. Shut up, big guy. Oliver scolded. Silence. The Senate is a sacred place, not a place for cursing. Whoever dares to spout nonsense will be chased out. Devers glared at the two of them. It had been a good suggestion, but these two had ruined it. He was afraid that it would cause other people to think too much. Matones and Oliver's immediately shut up. This Marigi is from Persia? Cornelius asked doubtfully. He used to be, but because of the persecution of the king of Persia, he brought his family to join us and fought with us in Persia. He came to Greece and participated in the battle against the Lacanians. He became one of our mercenaries, so he's now a citizen of Amendolara. I sent him to Tarentum this morning to discuss an alliance. He was indeed a very outstanding talent. I believe that with him as the commercial officer, the wealth of our national treasury will increase significantly. The Devers praised Marigi. Cornelis listened attentively. He was a little hesitant about the Devers' proposal. He glanced at Laphias a few times as if to say, Do you have any objections as the new census officer? Don't make me oppose everything. Laphias hesitated for a moment, stood up, and said, But he's from Persia. The Greek city-states have never. So what if he's from Persia? As long as he's sincerely willing to become our citizen and has done so much for us, we should accept him. The Devers suddenly stood up and said loudly to everyone in the hall, Originally, I wanted to wait until the right time to say some things, but since the census officer has raised this sensitive issue, I'll share some of my views with everyone. Everyone knows that citizenship is very difficult to obtain in almost all the Greek city-states. The richer and more powerful the city-state, the harder it is to obtain it. For example, in Sparta, it's almost impossible for outsiders to obtain citizenship. In Athens, the current rule is only when both parents are from Athens can a child become an adult citizen of Athens. Why is citizenship so difficult to obtain? The Devers raised the question loudly, and everyone in the hall fell into a short silence, especially the new citizens. They remembered the sweat and blood they had paid for this citizenship, and the huge risks they had taken. The words of the Devers resonated with them. That's because they're afraid that outsiders will share the political rights, land, and wealth of the city-state with them. Alexis said with hatred, That's right. The selfishness of the Greek city-states made them refuse outsiders to join them, and at the same time, they gave up the opportunity to strengthen themselves. After the fiasco in Sicily, Athens was unable to recover. Why? because they don't have enough young and strong citizens. Even though Sparta now dominates Greece, it mainly sends mercenaries and allies to fight outside. Why? Because they only have about 3,500 citizens, and they also have to prevent the Black Rashi riots in their country. The war-loving Sparta citizens will only get fewer and fewer, and eventually they will lose the hegemony of Greece. Look at our neighbor, the Turis. After losing the battle with the Lucanians, even though they know that we defeated the Lucanians, they are so careful that they don't even dare to open their gates. Why? There aren't enough young citizens, and they are afraid that they won't be able to stop us from rushing in and looting them. Everyone laughed, and so did the old citizens. When it came to the problem of the Turis, everyone had the same understanding. Then look at Persia, which we have been to before. Is Persia big? The Devers asked. Big, too big. The new citizens answered in unison. Are there many people in Persia? Yes, there are people of all races. You have to know that Persia was just a small tribe in the beginning, and it was bullied by the Medes. The tribe's leader, Cyrus, was very wise and open-minded. He got along with the surrounding tribes in a friendly manner and generously accepted other tribes. The tribes that were originally oppressed by the Medes, who dominated the Mesopotamian plains, succumbed to him. Later, even the enemy, the Medes, surrendered to Persia. Persia was like a snowball rolling on the top of a mountain, and in just a few decades, a small tribe became a big empire. Everyone listened attentively to the Devers' narration of the history of Persia. Even the well-educated Cornelis and the others, who knew little about the big eastern country of Persia, listened with great interest. Why is the empire of Persia strong? It is because it accepted other tribes as its citizens, just like how the Mediterranean Sea is so big because of the countless rivers that flow into it. The Devers' words made everyone fall into deep thought. Just like what I said before, if you are only satisfied with farming in a small city, and when the other cities and forces become stronger, they will lead their armies to the city, surrender, and become their vassals, then I won't say more. If you are not satisfied with the mediocrity of today and want to make a Mendeler stronger so that it will no longer be bullied by other forces, then please remember that people are always the greatest wealth of a city. We, a Mendeler, should not be as closed and conservative as the other cities. We must be open, and we must sincerely accept everyone who is willing to join a Mendeler and contribute to its prosperity, no matter where they come from. Only in this way can our strength grow rapidly. Maybe you will say that a Mendeler doesn't have that much land and wealth to share with them, but that's because your eyes are only on the small land of a Mendeler. The Devers looked around and pointed to the west with his left hand. He said proudly, "Look around us, there are the Lucanians and the Brudi in the west, the Mesopi, Pacheti, and Downi in the east, and I heard that there are the Samani in the north. Wait, there are so many indigenous people. Isn't there land and wealth enough to share?" Chapter 109. But people die in war. Amendarara has already died. Too many people. Cornelis stammered, "We will only win if we follow the leader of the Devers. Don't you want revenge? To attack the Lucanians?" Amyntas looked at Cornelis with slight disdain. Before Cornelis could answer, Protesilaus and Tritodemus, who were behind him, cried out, "Of course we will. We must let these evil barbarians taste the power of Amendarara." Amendarara had been weak for too long, and its people were changing. The Devers were happy to see this change. He immediately said, "Although our goal is to conquer the natives, we can't go to war blindly. We must first strengthen Amendarara's power and wait for the right time. So, do you all agree to submit this proposal to the General Assembly for a vote? Any outsider who wishes to join Amendarara and become a citizen of Amendarara, as long as he is willing to abide by the laws of Amendarara and meets certain conditions, the Senate of Amendarara will accept him as a citizen of Amendarara. As for the conditions to be met, we will discuss and decide." Agreed. Everyone shouted in unison. Cornelis sighed and closed his eyes. He understood that from now on, Amendarara would no longer be the conservative Amendarara that would not change for decades. Based on the current composition of Amendarara citizens, the majority of the new citizens, and the current atmosphere, the proposal would definitely be passed by the General Assembly. A few days later, the Devers proposal was passed by a large number of votes in the General Assembly. This bill became known as the Immigration Act of Devers in European history. Its promulgation changed the traditions of the Greek city-states, the political ecology of the entire Greek world, and finally, the history of the Mediterranean Sea. This is a story for another time. In that case, I recommend Marigi to be elected as the commercial officer. He will be the first beneficiary of our new bill and set a good example for future generations. Agreed. We have no objections. The new citizens, especially the squad leaders, all expressed their agreement. This was the reason why the Devers insisted on their participation. With their support, the elderly citizens could only remain silent even if they were dissatisfied. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue was very different from before. With a new goal, the enthusiasm of these new citizens was obviously higher. The Devers decided to strike while the iron was hot. Do we have a construction manager in Amendola? Construction officer? You mean the person in charge of the construction of public buildings, right? Amendola doesn't have a fixed position. If the Senate decides to build a public facility, the person in charge will be appointed temporarily. The construction officer's job isn't just to build public facilities. He's responsible for supervising and building all kinds of buildings in the city and maintaining them regularly. He's also responsible for the cleanliness, hygiene, and safety of the roads. He also has to pay attention to the entertainment facilities in the city. His job involves the daily lives of the citizens and the image of the city. He's responsible for building wells, roads, temples, and arenas. It's a very important job, the Devers said solemnly. Which city-state has this position? Cornelis was a little surprised. The Devers smiled and didn't answer. The city-state that had this position was Rome, which had the best construction technology in the world. Of course, it wasn't known if this position existed in Rome at this time. Since attacking the natives is the goal of Amendolar's development, the position of construction officer is very important because we need to build strong, wide, and smooth roads and bridges to facilitate the transportation of our troops and to connect and rule the land we will occupy in the future. We also need to build grand and magnificent buildings to show the natives our superior culture and speed up their submission to us. The Devers emphasized again and asked, "Who wants to recommend themselves?" "I'm afraid this position requires someone with construction experience," someone said. The people who were eager to try hesitated after hearing the Devers' words. Alexis stood up decisively. The Devers smiled and asked, "Alexis, you used to be a bricklayer?" "Mr. Consul, if I'm the only one recommending myself, does that mean I've already taken this position?" Alexis didn't answer and asked a question instead. "I have no objections. What about everyone else?" The Devers looked at the others. "There's no one else but him. But can he do it well?" Everyone said, "Tell me, how do you plan to be a good construction officer?" The Devers asked. "I don't know how to build, but I can learn. I can also let experts who are proficient in construction work as my subordinates. There are no such people in Amendolara, but I can go to the free citizens of the nearby city-states to find them. According to the bill you just proposed, Mr. Devers, I can apply to give them citizenship," Alexis said confidently. The others suddenly realized that being an official of a city-state could do things like this. Many people began to think, should I choose a position as well? "It seems like you're already thinking about how to be a good construction officer," the Devers said with admiration. "I hope you and your subordinates can study construction techniques well so that Amendolara's construction techniques can be ahead of the other Greek city-states." "I'll do my best," Alexis said seriously. "Amendolara's treasury isn't rich. If we want to do a large-scale construction, I'm afraid," Cornelis reminded her. "Of course, we won't do a large-scale construction right now. We'll only take action when we're rich in the future. The Devers comforted Cornelius, then continued, Next, I suggest that we establish a military officer responsible for the city's defense, citizens' military training, research and maintenance of weapons and equipment, pre-war preparations, post-war statistics, and other matters. Agreed. For the combative new citizens, this position was the most important, so they were a little excited. But when the Devers asked, Who do you think is the most suitable for this position? The new citizens were speechless. The most prestigious person in the army was undoubtedly the Devers, but he was already a lifelong consul and the supreme commander of the city-state's army. Other than him, Hieronymus could be considered. After all, he used to be a mercenary leader, but he was a newcomer in the Devers team. As for the others, Capys, Amyntas, Epiphanes, and so on, these company captains had made many contributions, and each had their own characteristics. But it wasn't obvious who was the most outstanding. In the end, everyone's gazes were focused on Felicius. This former adjutant of the mercenary army was usually very low-key and easily overlooked. In fact, he had been a mercenary for close to 20 years. He had rich military experience and was familiar with military affairs. Ever since Divers became the leader, he had been carefully assisting him. Divers' victories were inseparable from his silent assistance. Setting up camp, training, pre-battle preparations, post-battle statistics, and so on. Wasn't he doing the work of a military affairs officer now? It turned out that the Devers leader had proposed this position for him. Everyone calmed down after understanding this point. And so Felicius was successfully elected. In the past, we mercenaries had a military law, but it was relatively simple. I hope that after you take office, you can gather everyone together in a few days, and I'll be participating too. We'll discuss and formulate a more complete military law so that it'll be beneficial for us to train citizens and guide battles. The Devers said seriously. Got it. Felicius nodded. When Matones and the others heard that there was going to be a stricter military law, they immediately sighed. Chapter 110. Hearing this, the new citizens no longer complained. Their eyes lit up, and they all said that they would take the lead in obeying the new military law. Cesta and Adrianx had heard that the Devers mercenary army had a military law with many clauses. The soldiers' strong execution was closely related to the strict requirements of the military law. At that time, they were very curious. A small mercenary army had specially created a different military law for themselves. Now, they finally had the chance to experience it for themselves. For the old citizens like Cornelius, they had only seen the ferocity of the mercenary army once in front of the temple. They had only heard of the annihilation of the Lucania Alliance army and the destruction of the city of Amyndolara. Amyndolara had fought many wars with the tourists in the past. Of course, there were some conventional military rules in the city to ensure the smooth operation of military operations. However, it was the first time they had heard of a complete military law. So, Cornelius reminded them, I hope that the military training will not affect the daily work of the citizens. I believe that Felicius will coordinate the relationship between the two. The Devers had full trust in Felicius. Then he smiled and said to the team leaders, Military Officer Felicius will definitely need some subordinates like instructors. You can discuss it with him. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people swarmed over, fighting to recommend themselves, and Felicius was tired of dealing with them. Although these officers were not good at literacy and arithmetic, marching and fighting were their profession. As the new citizens of Amyndolara, they also had a strong desire to show their abilities to the people. It seems that they are also eager to contribute to the city. The Devers lamented. Cornelius nodded on the surface. But in his heart he thought, these new citizens who are used to fighting on the battlefield are really restless. I hope they can abide by the laws of the city. These are the main public duties of the city for now. The Devers' words made Cornelius heave a sigh of relief. Every new position proposed by the new consul was a blow to the traditions of Amyndolara, making Cornelius feel conflicted. Now, there is a very important matter that requires all the elders and officers of the Senate to solve. The solemn expression of the Devers made Cornwallis nervous again. That is the issue of resettlement and land distribution for us new citizens. As soon as he said this, the officers immediately stopped pestering Felicius. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the Devers in front of them. In order to maintain the harmony and stability of the city, in order not to disturb the people who have just been liberated from the Lacanian captivity, we, the honorable new citizens, are still volunteering to pitch our tents and live in the square. Actually, it is a strict request from the Devers. But this is not a long-term solution, and it is unreasonable. After all, the new citizens fought and bathed in blood to protect this land. Many of their comrades died on the battlefield in exchange for the peace that Amendola has today. At this point, the Devers were a little emotional. We must help them settle down as soon as possible and allocate them the land they deserve. Only then can we repay them for their efforts and the rights they deserve as citizens. Otherwise, if we continue to delay, it will be hard to guarantee that no problems will arise. Devers's words made the new citizens excited, while the old citizens looked solemn. Now, how many widows are there in Amendola who have lost their husbands? The Devers asked Cornwallis. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000. We will only know the exact number after we count them, Cornwallis said and looked at Raphael. The new registrar officer Raphael immediately said, When the meeting is over, I will immediately count them. Then, tomorrow morning, please summon them to the square. Officers, gather the unmarried soldiers in the square. Both parties will meet each other without the arrangement of the elders or coercion by force. Men and women will be willing to marry based on their own ability and charm. Also, I suggest that all the unmarried girls in Amendola come to the square to participate in this meeting. After the Devers finished speaking, Cornwallis and the other old citizens were still fine. On the way here, the Devers had confided in them about this idea and finally convinced them. The new citizens were in an uproar. Apart from a very small number of mercenaries who were married and a small number who had kidnapped local women in Persia and forced them to be their wives, more than 2,000 of them were still single. Under the leadership of the Devers, not only did these mercenaries become citizens of the city, but they also solved the problem of their singleness. This was great news, because these women with the status of the city were not free citizens, nor were they bought concubines. By marrying them, they would also obtain the land and wealth left by their ex-husbands. Great, there's hope for my brothers now. Martonis, don't be too happy. If your subordinates are like you, it will be a little difficult for them to find a wife. If you want a woman to fancy you, you can't just rely on being strong. Isn't it good to be strong? At least you can give them stronger protection and more farm work. I think that's what they need the most now. And Olivers, if you dare to go to the square tomorrow, don't be afraid that the Persia girl will ignore you. Hieronymus, you blockhead, this time you have to talk to a woman more. This not only concerns your happiness, but also set a good example for your subordinates. Georges, why aren't you talking? Don't be nervous. When you go to the square tomorrow, you can do whatever you want. Aphrodite will definitely arrange a woman for you. Captain Helos, don't just worry about me. You should solve your own marriage first. The Devers smiled as he watched his subordinates talk excitedly to each other. Cornwallis and the other old citizens were a little helpless. Originally, women who were citizens of the Greek city were very traditional. They rarely showed their faces in public and could not meet with strange men alone. Their marriage was arranged by their parents. The husband was either a citizen of the city or a citizen of a neighboring city. After marriage, she would be controlled by her husband. Her responsibility was to give birth and take care of the house. If the husband died early, it would be fine if he had children. The property would be under the children's name. She could manage the children, raise them, and be controlled by the children in the future. If there were no children, the husband's family would have a reason to kick her out and force her to remarry. Originally, Amendola had about 4,000 citizens. Now, There were less than 500 of them. They lacked the strength to defend the city and the labor force to support so many women, children, and elderly. This was the main reason why Cornelis and the others agreed to accept the mercenaries as citizens of the city. Of course, there was also the factor of gratitude. Similarly, they had no choice but to let the women break the tradition of the Greek city and openly hold such a large-scale meeting between men and women. After all, it was best to settle down these soldiers who were full of murderous auras and assimilate into Amyndolara as soon as possible to become true citizens of Amyndolara. At the same time, I have to remind you, when you marry the woman you choose, you have to treat her children as your own and raise them well. The elderly in her family, you have to treat them as your own and take good care of them. Also, I hope you don't blame them for the humiliation they suffered at the hands of the Lacanians, because it wasn't their fault. It was the men of Amendola who didn't fulfill their responsibility to protect them. We are true warriors of Greece. What we have to do is to protect them and not let them suffer such humiliation again. Then we will prepare carefully until the day we enter Lucaria and let the natives have a taste of the power of the men of Amendola. The Devers said solemnly, "That's right, leader. Kill the Lucanians. Don't worry, we will take good care of the women, the elderly, and the children." The new citizens clamored and made promises. The old citizens, on the other hand, felt that every word the Devers said was like a whip that slapped their faces. After tomorrow's meeting, after every couple is confirmed, I suggest that we pick a good day to hold a grand mass wedding. All the couples who have confirmed their relationships, including those who were robbed in Persia, including me, will have their weddings held together. The hall immediately became lively again. Leader Devers, you finally decided to marry Christoia. I'm so envious. Christoia is such a good woman. The Devers ignored the uproar and asked Cornelis, "Do we have a priest of Hera?" "No, Mendelara worships Zeus. The nearest and most famous temple of Hera is in Metapontum. Send someone to Metapontum and invite Hera's priest to preside over this grand wedding and bless the newlyweds." Although Hera was the protector of marriage, the traditional marriage ceremonies of the Greek city-states didn't require the presence of Hera's priest. So Cornelis was puzzled. The Devers looked at him and said, "Because this wedding means the new life of Amendola, I hope that Hera can bless the newlyweds who represent the future of Amendola. And I remember that the archons have the right to supervise the ceremony and make the festival." Cornelis wanted to say that it was the power that the archons had at the end of the era of kings. In the current era of democracy, the right to supervise the ceremony and make the festival belonged to the Senate. Chapter 111. I suggest that the day of the wedding be designated as the marriage festival and Goddess Hera's celebration. This will let the citizens remember the suffering and new life that Amendolara has gone through. It will also let them realize the importance of marriage and family. This will be more conducive to the unity of the citizens of Amendolara. The Devers said solemnly. Cornelis was surprised by the depth of his consideration and the sincerity of his concern for Amendolara. He nodded in admiration and said, "Sir Consul, I think all the citizens will be happy to have such a beautiful festival." Yes, we all agree to establish Goddess Hera's celebration and marriage festival. The old citizens agreed, let alone the new citizens. At this time, Hilo stood up and asked with concern, "Sir, what should we do with the soldiers who haven't found a woman to marry?" The Devers was prepared for this. He gestured for Cornelis to answer. Cornelis's expression was solemn. Before Amendolara joined the war with the Lacanians, there were 4,000 citizens. Now, there are only 500 citizens and more than 1,000 widows. Therefore, more than 2,000 families have lost their husbands and wives. Therefore, there are enough houses for the new citizens. Of course, if the original owners of the houses have children or elderly, I hope that the new citizens can take care of them. Cornelis's eyes glistened with tears. The other old citizens also looked sad. The Devers looked at the new citizens and emphasized loudly, "Not hope, but must take care of them, because you have accepted the inheritance of the original owner, including the land and wealth, of course, you have to fulfill your responsibilities on behalf of the original owner. Sir, don't worry. We will ask our brothers to take care of the elderly and children. Helos was the first to promise. The other officers also expressed their support. Amyntas even said, "Whoever occupies the house but doesn't take care of the elderly and children, I will beat him to death." The Devers nodded and said, "Very good. I hope that you officers will strengthen the supervision of the soldiers. At the same time, the Senate will also issue laws to supervise the implementation." The Devers said and looked at Antonios. "This is the responsibility of the censor. Antonios, if you find anyone violating the law by not raising or abusing orphans or the elderly, report it to the Senate immediately. We will strip them of their citizenship and banish them from Amendalar." The Devers' stern words made everyone tense up. "I will supervise seriously," Antonius promised solemnly. The elderly citizens nodded silently, appreciating the Devers' determination to protect the rights of the elderly and children. Okay, next, let's talk about the issue that everyone is most concerned about. In order to ease the atmosphere, the Devers smiled and said, "The Senate will introduce a bill to ensure that every new citizen gets at least 5 acres of land. Of course, some people were lucky enough to find a good wife and inherit more land, while others might have less. Don't worry about it. I'll get the treasurer, Mirzas, to do a detailed calculation of the land wealth that everyone has. In the future, when we obtain new land, we'll give priority to the citizens who originally had less land. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" "Satisfied. It's very fair." The crowd shouted excitedly. The meeting had lasted for almost 2 hours. It was getting late, but the citizens were still in high spirits. The Devers decided to bring up a topic that he had been thinking about for a long time, but had never made up his mind. He took a deep breath and stood in the middle of the hall again. He faced the crowd and said loudly, "Everyone, as a citizen of the city, it is his right to participate in all the political activities of the city. Being a soldier and defending the city is his duty and, in fact, his right. Unless there are special circumstances, it is impossible for free people and slaves to join the army of the city. Only citizens have the right to fight for the city, so it is also a political right." Both the elderly and the new citizens nodded in agreement. But it's not easy to manage a city well. Building all kinds of public facilities requires money. Repairing the city's defenses and equipping them with weapons requires money. Rescuing the people in times of disasters requires money. Even sending troops to war, it's fine if it's only for 4 or 5 days. The citizens can bring their own rations, but after a long time, the city still has to buy the food needed, not to mention hiring carts, boats, labor, and so on. Furthermore, the public servants of our city aren't paid now. Everyone is obligated to contribute to the city. In the future, when the city manages a larger area, there will be more work to be done. As a public servant, he might not have the free time to take care of his family's farmland and pastures. His income will be less than that of the citizens who aren't public servants. This is unfair, and in the long run, I'm afraid that the citizens won't be willing to work for public servants anymore. Therefore, if a city wants to develop healthily, it won't do without enough money in the treasury. Most of the new citizens who were born in poverty didn't know how complicated the operation of a city was, so they listened with great interest. The elderly citizens felt that the young lifelong consul was able to think so deeply about the problems of the city just after taking office. Their worries about his inexperience dissipated a lot. Cornelis, on the other hand, felt his eyelids twitch. He had a hunch that something big was about to happen. The Devers continued. The income of Amendalar's treasury is quite small, and Cornelis has already explained the reason. This hinders the development of the city. In the future, when we occupy more land, more people will join Amendalar. Will they fight to the death for the city like we do? I'm afraid not, because they pay too little and get it too easily, so they won't cherish it too much. You're absolutely right. The elderly citizens shouted first. They were a little dissatisfied with the immigration bill proposed by the Devers. Of course, the Devers knew what they were thinking. He sneered in his heart and said loudly, "Therefore I suggest that the citizens of Amendola who own land be levied a land tax of 1% every year." His words were like thunder. Everyone in the hall was stunned. And then, like hornets whose nest had been poked, they started shouting. Cornelis's hands and feet tightened. "Oh no, did I hear that right? You want to levy a land tax on the citizens of the city?" Strompoli asked uncertainly. This was considered a polite attitude, but the old Scambras rushed over and pointed at the Dever's nose. "Are you Greek? Don't you know that the Greek city-states will never levy a land tax on the citizens? You've gone crazy thinking about money. Do you think we can still live if you become a lifelong consul?" Although the new citizens were also dissatisfied with the Devers' words, they would never allow anyone to insult their respected leader, especially the captains. With Matones in the lead, they quickly rushed over and pushed the Scambras away. "Hey, old man, how can you speak to a consul like this? I'm going to say it, so what? You ignorant bumpkins don't know the serious consequences of levying a land tax." The Scambra's face was red as he scolded them contemptuously. This infuriated the group of young and hot-blooded team leaders. "What did you say? Say another word and I'll beat you up." They scolded and pushed the Scambras away. Scombra's weak body could not withstand the strength of these battle-hardened officers. He immediately sat on the ground, panting heavily. Cornelis and a few other elderly citizens hurriedly went forward to support him, while others quarreled with the officers. Both sides were in a mess. "Quiet! All of you, quiet!" The Devers panicked and went over to stop the fight. Finally, both sides separated. The Scambras was still cursing. Matones glared at him, and he lowered his head again, not daring to say another word. At this time, Mercy stood up and said, 1% tax is already very little. In Persia, we all know that their land tax is more than 10%. As the financial officer, he was naturally concerned about the filling of the treasury. That's Persia. Greece has never had a tradition of levying a land tax on its citizens. Strompoli retorted. There was during the reign of kings. That was hundreds of years ago. It's the era of democracy now. The consul Devers personally promised in the square that he would not be a king. I think all the citizens will object if we levy a land tax. Strompoli looked at the Devers. His voice was not loud, but it was laced with hidden threat. The Devers looked at the crowd. The new citizens did not object due to the prestige of the Devers and only watched quietly. The old citizens, on the other hand, had their dissatisfaction written all over their faces. Only Mercy's was sincerely supportive. He smiled and said, I haven't even finished my suggestion, and you're already so agitated. Don't worry, let me finish my suggestion slowly. The citizens who have been living in Amendola since today will now have their land tax-free. This is to thank them for being the descendants of the founders of the city and for their contributions to Amendola over the past 200 years. When the treasury has money, we will make a batch of Amendola founders' silver buckles. Every old citizen will receive one and keep it forever. They will wear it on Bolton in grand public occasions to let future generations know of their family's long tradition and glory. As soon as he said that, the old citizens were stunned. Scombras, who was still chattering on, stopped talking as well. All of them puffed out their chests. This is glory, even though they had no choice but to let the mercenaries join Amendola. The pride of the natives and the grievances of reality made them feel uncomfortable. The Devers had given them a chance to show off their identity forever. Compared to this, the tax was nothing. Besides, they would not be able to collect it. Agreed. The Scambras was the first to shout. Chapter 112. The Devers ignored him and continued. The new citizens who have defeated the Lucania alliance, recaptured the city of Amendola, and joined Amendola today will be exempted from taxes on their land. At the same time, We will also forge a batch of Amendalar newcomer silver buttons. Every new citizen will have one and will keep it forever. They can also wear it on Bolton in grand public occasions, so that future generations will know of their contributions. That's more like it. Matoni sat down in satisfaction. Now, the new citizens also straightened their chests. The Devers gave both sides honor, and both sides accepted it with satisfaction. The meeting returned to peace. Cornelis saw this and had to admit that the Devers were good at politics. If everyone doesn't pay taxes, why would we mention this bill? What's the use of this law? Merzes was unhappy. Don't you understand, Treasurer? Cornelis smiled. All current citizens don't have to pay land taxes, but after becoming citizens of Amendalara and owning land, they have to pay taxes. Please note that it's not the land you have now that you don't have to pay taxes, but you still have to pay taxes on the land you own in the future, the Devers reminded. If that's the case, I can accept it. Antonio stood up and said, Amendalara was founded by Cornelis and his ancestors, and they have suffered too much for it. We should respect them. We have sacrificed our blood and sweat for Amendalara, so we should get something in return. The new citizens will enjoy everything we have done for the city, so of course they have to pay something for Amendalara. I think it's a good idea to pay taxes. Antonio's, you're right. We agree with this idea. The new citizens all expressed their agreement. Yes, we are the founders of this new Amendalara. We must let future generations know what we have done today. These untaxed lands and silver buttons are the best proof and honor. Protesilaus shouted excitedly. The other old citizens did not object. After the meeting, the new citizens walked to the square, while the old citizens walked on the rugged mountain road. Cornelis, you've been too lenient with that young man tonight. You didn't refute any of his proposals, and watched as he easily convinced those ignorant mercenaries. Strompoli complained loudly. Hey, Strompori, don't listen to the yelling of the youngsters. The Devers are our archons. We should respect them. Raphael looked behind him and reminded the new citizens, who were not too far away. Archon, I think it should be the king. When has he ever asked for our permission before proposing anything? Was there a single proposal that had not been discussed with the Senate senators in advance? He even let so many brainless mercenaries who only knew how to obey him participate in this meeting. It was obvious that he wanted to let him have the final say. Then what is the use of us? Be a puppet. Strompoli kept on talking, somewhat angrily. Scambras couldn't help but interrupt him. Since you have a problem with the archons, why didn't you say it at the meeting? Strompoli was speechless for a moment. He rolled his eyes and said, None of you object. Why should I object alone? I'm not stupid. Oh, I know. Cornelis was now the chief executive, and Raphias was now the census officer. They were both big shots. This is a gift from the consul. You're too embarrassed to oppose him, right? Scambras rushed up to him, stared at him, and said, Shut up, Strompoli. Cornelis did his best to protect this mountain city. You can't say that about him. Also, although those soldiers were very rude and even hit me. But to be honest, the bills proposed by this young consul are very interesting, especially the tax bill. I'm a little surprised, but Amendola hasn't changed for hundreds of years. Uncle Scone is right. We Amendolas have suffered so much and can no longer live as we did before. Whether it's the appointment of the Devers as lifetime archons or his proposals, as long as Amendolas can become stronger and no longer be bullied, I'll accept it even if Amendola's traditions have to be changed. Tritodmos said solemnly. A few of them nodded in agreement. Not only will we not be bullied, but we will also attack Lucania, defeat them, and avenge us. Protesilaus, the youngest of the six, said excitedly, Lucania has a large population and a vast territory, and most of it is mountainous. It's not easy to attack them. That young consul is just bluffing, Strompoli said doubtfully. The Devers led a small group of mercenaries to annihilate the Lucanian alliance, which had a large number of people. That's a fact. Recapturing Amendolas in one night, that's also a fact. There are so many generals and citizens in Greece. Who can do these two things? Tell me. Protesilaus retorted. Strompoli snorted and did not answer. Did you notice the way the new citizens look at the Devers? It's like they're staring at a god. Protesilaus said exaggeratedly, I heard that they call the Devers favored. Maybe he can really create miracles. Tritodmos said with anticipation. Tritodemus said expectantly, I've long heard that there's a beautiful lake in the northwest of Amendola, upstream of the Sini River. The Lucanians call it Dakala, today's Sinise Lake. It seems that not only will I be able to visit it, but I might even be able to get a piece of land there. Strompoli snorted again, but this time he looked less angry. People will eventually die in war. It's better not to fight if we can avoid it. Cornelius sighed. We don't have to fight anyway. I think the mercenaries are very enthusiastic about it, Raphael said indifferently. They are still citizens of Amendolas, Cornelius reminded them. He paused for a moment and sighed. However, we've all underestimated the Devers. He may be young, but he's very familiar with the politics of the city. Is he really given wisdom by Hades, as the new citizens say? His sigh was not refuted by the other 5. Obviously, they were all surprised. However, we still need to observe the Devers' actual ability to govern. We don't know how much impact and change the laws he proposed will have on Amendolas. All we can do is try our best to ensure the stability of Amendolas. If we discover any problems, we'll warn the Devers in time. At least for now, the Devers are different from Dionysius in Syracuse, Cornelius reminded them solemnly. The other 4 nodded. Strompoli asked in a low voice, What if the Devers make a mess of Amendolas and don't listen to our advice? If that's the case, Cornelius did not know how to answer. Then we'll chase them away. Scambras said decisively, For Amendolas, even if we have to work with Turiae again. The others looked at each other and nodded silently. By the time the Devers returned to the square, it was already very late. He returned to his tent, which was still brightly lit with candles. Christoia, who had been waiting for his return, was already asleep on the mattress. The Devers walked to the mattress and squatted in front of Christoia. The flickering candlelight illuminated her beautiful and sexy face. Her breathing was light and long, and there was a smile on her lips. She must be dreaming. The Devers stared at her quietly and could not help but feel a little dazed. He came to this strange world alone and lived desperately in order to survive. Although he had a group of comrades whom he could entrust his life to, his lonely wandering soul had a harbor to anchor because of her. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand and gently stroke Christoia's long, silky hair. Unexpectedly, she woke up immediately. She rubbed her misty eyes and said lazily, You're back. The Devers held her hands, put them together, and said gently, Christoia of Miletus, will you be the wife of my Devers? Christoia's eyes suddenly lit up, and her beautiful face glowed in the candlelight. Running around with the Devers, the thing that she had been most worried about was no longer there. She hugged the Devers tightly and whispered the vow of entrusting her life to him. I will. After the passionate entanglement, Christoia lay on the Devers' body and listened to him talk about what happened at the meeting that night. She gradually felt sleepy at this moment. The Devers said, Christoia, I'm hesitating if I should ask you to do something. What is it? Christoia asked curiously. Have you heard of a bank? Yes, it's just lending money. My father also ran this business in Miletus. I heard him say that he admired the Athens banker, Passion, the most because he not only became the richest man in Athens through lending money, but also won the respect of the citizens of Athens. Christoia thought of the past and felt a little sad. That's great. I want you to open a bank in Amendola that specializes in lending money to the citizens of Amendola, the Devers said immediately. Open a bank. Me. Christoia was stunned. Yes, it's you. The Devers raised his head and looked at her, his eyes full of trust. "You can manage the medical camp so well. I believe you can also run this bank well."